Good afternoon, Honorable Pachla. Could you please turn on your camera and microphone so that Mada can assist you with framing? Thank you.
Hi, Lisa. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mada. I'm well, thanks. And you?
I'm good, thanks. It's 8 minutes to 2. I think we are good for today. What's your feeling?
Let's just quickly see. Honorable delegates, special delegates, and permanent delegates, may I please request that you turn on your cameras and unmute yourself so that Ms. Sephora can see whether you are ready for broadcast. Thank you. Mada, I see Honorable Mahlangu is trying to turn on his camera.
But we're only seeing black. I can see Honorable Pala. Honorable Pala, if you can maybe move towards, that will be your left, my right. Yeah. No, the other way. Yeah, the other way. No, the other way. There we go. So that you are slightly centered. I still don't see more of your shoulders. I need to see more of your shoulders, less of the ceiling. In that case, then we able to put the strap properly. Yeah, you are centered now, sir. If you can just give us more of your shoulders in the shot. I can't hear you, sir. You are muted.
Am I okay? Am I okay?
there's too much space behind you. And then there's also
Too much space.
yeah, no, the other way. The other way. More. Much better. Much better. I don't know if you don't have a background. There's a door that is open behind you. If you don't have a background, you may want to close the door. Where you are, your signal is very weak.
It's very weak.
Yeah, the signal is very weak where you are. So just look into that. There's too much space above your head now that you had stood up.
I had moved, yeah. Okay.
Move back a little and then more. Okay. I think we can go with that. I'm not 100% happy, but looking at the time now, I think we can. Are you using a laptop or
I'm using a tablet.
a tablet?
Yeah, my laptop is refusing to I'll take it to IT tomorrow.
Okay, is it does it have a stand? The tablet? Is it on the
No.
stand? Oh,
It
okay.
is on the stand, yeah. It's on the stand.
Okay, can you move it a little bit back?
Back.
Don't move, let's move the tablet a little bit back. Okay, and then not too much, not too much. There is too much space now above your head. All you needed to do was just to move it back and
Okay.
don't lift it. All I needed you to do was just to move it back. But let's leave it here.
Okay.
I think this is decent enough for us, but I'm worried about your signal is very bad.
Oh, okay. I'll switch it off then. Because I'm not debating anyway.
Okay, all right. No, thanks. Lisa?
Thanks, Modo. I see there's one of the special delegates, Honorable Mahlangu. Honorable Mahlangu, could you please turn your camera back on?
The camera is on, but it's only black. Is Honorable Mahlangu debating today?
Let's see. I'm only assigned to permanent. Yes, he's the 9th person on the speakers list, Modo.
Okay. Honorable Mahlangu, can you please talk to us?
Hello, ma'am. How are you? Hello, ma'am. How are you? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Your signal is also very, very bad where you are. We can't hear you properly. We are seeing, I'm not sure whether it's a door or a desk, but we don't see you. It looks like a wall, actually. It looks like a wall, yeah. So we need you to turn the camera towards yourself.
Okay, let me try to get a space where there's a signal.
We seeing your table, but we don't see your face. So I'm not sure whether you're using a phone.
I'm using a tablet.
Yes,
I'm trying to turn the camera.
please do so.
I'm not sure if I'm getting it correct on the tablet.
Lisa, looking at the time, we may need the IT colleagues to call Honorable Mahlangu to assist.
Yes, please, ma'am.
I'll request that now, Modo. Thank you. Honorable members, is anybody else able to turn on their camera? We have 2 minutes remaining to assist you with framing.
I
No
think
response.
I
I
think
think we're done, Modo.
yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
I think now I'm fine. I don't know if my face is correct now.
Yes, we can see you. Just adjust it a little bit like you did earlier. Just get rid of the ceiling. Just get rid of the ceiling. Just to lift your device a little bit up, and then you'll be fine. Thanks.
Am I fine now?
Perfect. Thanks.
Sure.
There will now be an opportunity for a silent prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Please be seated, honored members.
Recording in progress.
May I remind the delegates of the rules of the House, particularly sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103, that they shall apply in this sitting. I will now allow an opportunity to delegates to give notices of motion, which is estimated to take about 20 minutes of our time. And I do have a list of delegates who have indicated that they would like to move notices of motions and motions without notice. I'll start with the notices of motions and call upon Honorable Muimang from Northern Cape, representing ANC.
Ke go tlotlile modulasetulo wa ntlo ya bosetšhaba ya kgaolo ya diprovince ke dumedise gape le maloko a ntlo ena ka kakaretso. Special word of welcome to the DM. Chair, I hereby rise on behalf of the ANC to move without notice that the council in its next sitting debates attempts to undermine the country's transformation agenda and knows that South Africa's transformation agenda, driven by the legacy of apartheid, aims to redress past inequalities and promote inclusivity through various initiatives, including broad-based Black economic empowerment, which incentivize corporate investment in historically disadvantaged groups to ensure economic growth, job creation, poverty reduction, and social transformation. I so move, Honorable National Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muimani. And we have noted the motion that you have made, and accordingly we'll put it on the next order paper. And we are now moving on to Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move that this House notes would concern the worsening state of public health care services across all provinces, characterized by overcrowded hospitals, critical staff shortages, and inadequate medical supplies. Further notes the recent reports of corruption and maladministration in the procurement of healthcare equipment, included inflated contracts and ghost suppliers, which have severely undermined the service delivery. Calls on the Minister of Health to urgently implement measures to improve public healthcare services, including hiring more medical professionals, addressing corruption, improving procurement processes, and ensuring equitable distribution of resources to all provinces. Thank you. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokoena. We've taken note of the motion and accordingly it shall be processed. And the next speaker is Honorable Finis from Northern Cape, ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates the increase in sexual offences cases, including rape and sexual contact sexual offences. Notes that in terms of the 2024-2025 fourth quarter crime statistics, sexual offences such as rape has increased, with Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal contributing 19.1% and 19.9% respectively to the national total, and notes that during the announcement of this crime statistics for the fourth quarter, the Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mkhuna, expressed deep dismay and concern over the rise in sexual offences in South Africa. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Finis. We have noted the motion and accordingly shall be processed. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Zulu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of this House. I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day of the House, I shall move on behalf of the Umkhonto weSizwe Party that the House notes with concern the increasing incidence of reckless driving and unauthorized parking involving state vehicles within the South African Police Service. Further notes the recent tragic incident in Sunnyside, Pretoria, where a subs vehicle transporting two suspects collided with a private vehicle, resulting in a death of both suspects. Recognizing the serious safety and legal implications of such negligence, which undermines public confidence in the subs and endanger both civilian and detainee lives, call on the Minister of Police to take immediate and decisive action to address reckless driving and unauthorized parking by subs. Develop and implement strict guidelines for the possible use of state vehicles, particularly regarding the transport of suspects. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zulu. We have accordingly noted the notice of motion and it shall be processed as such. The next speaker is Honorable Nzimande.
Members, rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe to give notice of motion that I shall move at the next sitting of this August House, that the House debate the visit of the President to President Trump, Oval House, together with non-governmental officials, the undertakings made by the President to give away the country's rare and raw minerals to America. We acknowledge the need for international trade relations and cooperation, but not at all cost. We call for the dire need to protect the Republic's rare and raw materials, increase the final product exportation, and enhance trade within African continent countries to boost the continental economy. We demand a comprehensive strategy to increase trade relations with BRICS countries and take a lead in building African continental economy to address the socio-economic factors that adversely affect the development in the continent. We urge the government to desist from relinquishing its sovereignty to American Stellenbosch mafias, Rupert and other friends, developments reflecting a critical situation requiring immediate attention to avoid selling our countries to the highest bidder, including America. I so move. Thank you.
Darren, thank you very much, Honorable Simande. We have noted your notice of motion, and as such, it shall be processed. I'm now calling upon Honorable Bates from Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates the state of access and adherence to HIV treatment in South Africa. Notes that while South Africa has made significant progress in scaling up HIV treatment, which primarily relies on antiviral therapy, many individuals receiving medication through the public sector primary care system, there are growing concerns about the high number of people who have since absconded on their HIV treatment, with new findings also showing that tens of thousands of people still begin treatment dangerously late. And also note that according to Tembisa, 4.7 South Africa's most sophisticated HIV modeling tool, over 1 million have stopped taking their life-saving medication altogether. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Baines. We have noted the notices of motion, and as such, it shall be processed. I will now allow an opportunity to delegates who wish to move motions without notice. Once again, may I remind delegates that in terms of notices of motions and motions without notice, we also have 20 minutes in total for this. However, I do have the speakers list before me. I've got about 20 speakers, and accordingly, I will afford each speaker a minute so that we make up the 20 minutes that's been allocated for the motions without notice. In terms of my list, I have Honorable Muimang as the first speaker to table the motion without notice.
Thank you, National Chairperson of the Council of Province. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with sadness and sorrow the passing of an ANC stalwart, Mayor Gertrude Schupe, at the age of 99 on Thursday, the 22nd of May. The House to further notes that Ma Schupe was a lifelong revolutionary of profound discipline, courage, and humility, who was trained as a teacher before joining the ANC at the age of 29. Thirdly, that the House records that in 1966, Ma Schupe went into exile, where she represented the ANC in different countries and later became a member of the ANC-NEC in 1985. She came back to South Africa with the rest of the leadership in 1991. Further acknowledge that in 1994, Ma Schupe became part of the first of deployees to represent the ANC as a member of parliament. And lastly, therefore, sent our heartfelt condolences to her family and friends, comrades, and the organization, the African National Congress, in this time of bereavement. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Indeed, may her soul rest in eternal peace. Is there any objection to this motion without notice? The motion is duly adopted. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Lekhwase.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I hereby move without notice that this August House notes with profound sadness and grief the passing of Presley Tshwenyakhai, also known as Kobrizi, at the age of 40. Further notes that Presley Tshwenyakhai was an illustrious and highly gifted and accomplished actor who played a crucial role in lifting arts and culture sector in South Africa, particularly in the film industry. Born on the 19th of October in 1984 in Mahikeng in the Northwest Province, Presley rose to international fame with his unforgettable performance in Tsotsi 2002, a role that helped bring home South Africa's first ever Academy Award for Best Foreign Language film with performance that resonated with audience across the globe, cementing his place as a powerful and authentic voice in African cinema. Presley's career in theater, television, and film with stand performances in Mandela Long Walk Freedom in 2013 and the award-winning television series The River in 2018 on stage, his presence was commanding and transformative. With role in Hamlet.
Honorable Lekwase, I'm afraid your time is up. And
May his soul rest in
accordingly,
peace.
your
Thank
notice
you.
of the motion will be printed in full on the next order paper. We're now moving to Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes that the Gauteng Provincial Government delivered a large number of portable toilets to the Ramaphosa informal settlement in Ward 16 Mfuleni in April 2024, coincidentally just before a by-election. Notes that the provincial administration has stopped funding the servicing of these mobile toilets, claiming the Mfuleni local municipality is responsible for this payment. Further notes that the Mfuleni local municipality claims that this is an unfunded mandate and they do not have financial capacity to service these toilets at the moment and need to make appropriate adjustments to their budget, which obviously takes time, as this House understands. Recognizes that at the heart of the situation are real people wanting to live in a clean and healthy environment and whose human rights need to be protected, and recommends that the Gauteng province ensures that services continue to be delivered to the people of Ramaphosa until such time as a solution can be found between themselves and the Mfuleni municipality. I so move.
Is there any objections to the motion? The motion has been agreed to. Thanks, Honorable Ryder. And the next speaker is on my list is Honorable Ndlangisa Notata.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with profound sadness and utmost grief the passing of the Member of Parliament, Honorable Lungi Nganga Ngabashe, on the 17th of May 2025 after a short illness. Further notes that the Honorable Nganga Ngabashe was born in Kwamashu in 1960 and became involved in the ANC Women's League from the province and later became the Deputy President of the said Women's League. Further notes that Comrade Lungi also served as a member of the ANC NEC for 2 terms and passed on still serving as a member of the NEC member. Also represented ANC in KwaZulu-Natal province at some stage from 1999 to 2004, and later represented the ANC in the National Assembly between 2014 and 2019, before returning to the National Assembly in 2024, where she was elected chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Tourism until her timely passing away.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tlangisa. Is there an objection? The motion is duly adopted. Honorable Mokoena is the next speaker on my list.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the MK Party, I hereby move and notice without notice that the House notes with great concern the persistent failures of Msunduzi municipality to deliver basic services, including the failure to collect household waste for the entire week ending 23 May 2025. Acknowledges the frustration and health risks faced by residents who are forced to live with uncollected waste, which has created unsanitary conditions in neighborhoods and undermine their dignity. Further notes the ongoing allegations of corruption and mismanagement within the municipality. We call on the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to urgently intervene in Msunduzi municipality to restore proper service delivery, enforce accountability, and address corruption. Reaffirm this House's commitment to standing with the people of Msunduzi and holding public officials accountable to ensure that local government prioritizes service delivery and good governance over corruption and incompetence. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mokoena. Is there any objection? None. The motion is duly agreed to. The next speaker is Honorable Machobeni.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that this council notes with grave concern lack of sport and recreational amenities in townships, which have contributed to social apathy, particularly among the youth, and resulted in the loss of hopelessness and feelings of helplessness. Further note the rising number of so-called amapara, the trolley pending street vendors, with its resulted effect on crime, safely of cars and unavoidable traffic congestion. Recognize that township residents, particularly the youth, lack physical activities to live and lead a healthy lifestyle. Otherwise, they are either drawn to criminal activities or wander around aimless as there's nothing constructive to occupy their time. Further recognize that despite the media, social and regular showing or reporting on youth performance in domestic and international competition, those represents a minority.
I'm afraid, Honorable Machobeni, your time is up. And accordingly, that notice of that motion without notice shall be printed in the next order paper. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Ngumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. My greetings to you and all the honorable members. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House note that on the 25th May 2025, nations across Africa and beyond came together to celebrate Africa Day, a powerful annual reminder of the continent's journey towards unity, liberation, and socio-economic transformation. Also note that Africa Day also marked the 62nd anniversary of the formation of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, now being called the AU or African Union. Further note that the Africa Day was celebrated under the theme, Revisiting Our History, Shaping Our Future, and therefore congratulate the AU on the 62nd anniversary and pledge our support in its endeavor to liberate and unite Africa. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngumalo. Is there any objection to this motion? The motion without notice is duly agreed to. We're now moving to the next speaker, Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the DA, I hereby move without notice that this council notes with concern the continued failure of the Department of Employment and Labour to table its APP before the Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade, despite repeated requests and sufficient notice. Recalls that the APP is a critical document that outlines the department's strategic priorities, planned targets, and budgetary allocations for the financial year, and is essential for the effective exercise of parliamentary oversight, condemns the department's non-compliance and disregard for the authority and constitutional mandate of this council and its committees, asserts that this failure hampers accountability, transparency, and service delivery in a department that plays a central role in addressing South Africa's high levels of unemployment. Further calls on the chairperson of committees to refer this matter for investigation and intervention in line with the NCOP rules to ensure no further dereliction of duties. I thank you.
Is there any objections to this motion?
Objection.
The motion is defeated. Thank you very much. We're now moving to the next speaker, Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, our Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House knows that the Gauteng delegation, led by Premier Panyaza Lesufi on Monday, attended the Leaders Forum hosted by Infrastructure South Africa during the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium. Further notes that the Leaders Forum gathered premiers, MECs, and ministers responsible for infrastructure development from across the African continent. Acknowledges that the high level of session fosters strategic dialogue to strengthen regional cooperatives, acceleration, transformation infrastructure initiatives. And therefore, we congratulate the Gauteng government on its endeavors to place Gauteng in the center of infrastructure. So I move.
Is there any objection? The motion is duly adopted. The next speaker is Honorable Godso.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance and hereby move without notice that this council notes the crime stats delivered in the Western Cape yesterday, notes the slight decrease in the murder rate, further notes that this does not have a material effect on the lived realities of the people of the Western Cape, and specifically those who live in fear on the Cape Flats. Calls on SAP's leadership to act with urgency and transparency in delivering the plan of extraordinary measures promised by the Minister of Police in this House, and to urgently capacitate the anti-gang unit with a fixed establishment, operational vehicles, and a full staff complement. Reiterates the DA's support for the devolution of policing powers to allow the Western Cape government to act decisively in protecting communities and restoring safety on the Cape Flats. And finally, expresses its deepest sympathy to the families and communities affected by violence, and affirms that the DA stands with the people of the Cape Flats in their demand for justice, safety, and dignity.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to this motion? The motion stands defeated. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Sithole.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to your good self and honorable members in the House. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House note that zero carbon charge South Africans pioneer in developing a nationwide network of off-grid solar-powered electric vehicle charging station has secured a 100 million equity investment from DBSA. Further note that this funding accelerates the country's shift towards a net zero transport economy while reinforcing climate resilient infrastructure. Acknowledges that the capital injection will support the mission to install ultra-fast EV charging station along the national road, and therefore congratulate the Development Bank of Southern Africa and Zero Carbon Charge on this infrastructure project that it will create jobs, support economy, and mitigate climate change. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sithole. Any objection? The motion is duly adopted. The next speaker on my list is Inkosi Nonkonyane.
I hereby move without notice on behalf of the mighty ANC that this August House 1 reaffirms its commitment towards the Africa trade after a successful Africa Day public lecture on Thursday, 22nd May 2025, under the theme Pioneering Africa's Inclusive Economic Growth through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, optimizing our levers for building the Africa we want. 2, acknowledging the various inputs of all speakers and contribution of the members of the Council and the NCOP staff for successful day lecture. And 3, takes this opportunity to reaffirm its commitment to explore practical mechanisms of strengthening state-society relations in pursuance of the Africa Agenda, and especially state flagship programs that are geared towards promoting the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement as a centerpiece framework of enabling the free flow of goods and services across the continent and boost the trading position of the African continent in the global market. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nonkonyane. Is there an objection? The motion is duly adopted. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Billy.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the mighty Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council 1 extends this
Order, honorable members, can we allow him an opportunity?
We are equally mighty, but we are equally mighty. Can I start again? One, extends its deepest condolences to the family and friends of Douglas Gibson. Douglas brought an excellence to everything that he did. His dedication to liberalism in South Africa was evident in all the roles that he filled throughout his life. Two, he was a member of the first parliament in South Africa and fought for the implementation of the South African Constitution, maintaining this position until 2008. He then became the ambassador to Thailand from 2008 to 2012. Three, notes in retirement. In his retirement, he was actively involved in the DA, where he always spoke to the values and principles of the organization until the very end, 9 May 2025. Lastly, Ambassador Gibson used his keen mind and fearlessness to influence those around him and those in the country. He was a mentor to many, a sounding board to others, a lawyer, a writer, a husband, father, and grandfather, and a true South African who tirelessly dedicated his life to create.
I'm afraid, Honorable Billy.
I so move.
Just in time. Is there an objection to this motion? The motion is duly accepted. Honorable Siwisa is the next speaker on my list.
No, thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that this council knows the arrest of Radile Jacob Shuping, who is accused of withholding third-party payments under his term as Chief Financial Officer of Tembelihle Local Municipality, as well as the arrest of two cashiers at the Pokwani Municipality, namely Tato Morake and Ayanda Ndwanya, who stand accused of fraud, theft, and money laundering. Further note with concern that the action has left Tembelihle Municipality with a debt of over 6 million in pension fund contribution for employees, thereby contravening Section 13A of the Pension Fund Act 24 of 1956 with 1,800 counts of said contravention and a 3 million loss to the Pokane municipality. Recognize that fraud and corruption has reached the endemic proportion in South Africa, more specifically in local sphere of government. Further, recognize that corruption leaves many municipalities in debt and has detrimental effects on service delivery. Acknowledge that
Honorable
only 11
Siwisa.
I so move, Chair. Thank you.
So you're equally timing me, honorable members. That's so smart of you. All of you, you've been doing that. Okay, is there an objection to this? The motion is being duly adopted. The next speaker is Honorable Mokoena on my list.
Honorable Chair, I'd like to withdraw.
Thank you very much. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Zulu.
Thank you very much once again, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice that this House knows the growing concerns about Starlink, the satellite internet service owned by billionaire Elon Musk, and its potential to undermine South Africa's sovereignty, economic interest, and empowerment goals. Acknowledges with alarm the recent reports that the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies is considering regulations that would bypass or weaken broad-based Black economic empowerment requirements to accommodate foreign companies like Starlink. Further notes the President's recent trip abroad and his engagement with Elon Musk, which raised serious questions about the government's commitment to upholding South Africa's transformation agenda and protecting local businesses from unfair competition. Demands a full report on the outcomes of the President's engagements with Starlink, including whether any agreements were made that compromise South Africa's laws, sovereignty, and economic priorities. I so move. Thank you very much.
Is there any objections? The motion is defeated. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Noe.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that this august House notes with utmost concern the rise in the trafficking of people in South Africa, by organized criminal syndicates for cheap labor and other nefarious reasons. Further notes that it is estimated that there are millions of victims of human trafficking around the world, with only about 50 to 100,000 cases of trafficked individuals found each year. Acknowledge the report of the University of Johannesburg, which shows that trafficking occurs at a slightly higher rate for girls than boys, with 55.5% of all trafficked people in South Africa being female and only 44.5% being male, and takes this opportunity to express its support to the tireless work by the police and entire security cluster in waging a concerted effort and battle against human trafficking, which is a vile crime that feeds on inequalities, instability, and conflict by profiting from people's hopes and despair. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Nue. Is there any objection? The motion is duly accepted. Honorable Badenhorst.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, Chair, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes with great sadness the recent passing of Mr. Norman Mbulelo Mbiku, born in 1945 in Kraaifontein, Cape Town, a towering figure in South African rugby and the last captain of the African Springboks during apartheid. Recognizes Mr. Mbiku's immense contribution to the game, having played for Western Province, captained the African Springboks, and later the Leopards in landmark matches, including international teams like the All Blacks, Italy, and British Lions, at a time when sport was both a passion and a platform of resistance. Acknowledges, sorry, can't do this with this noise. Acknowledges his leadership in, I'm trying to do a eulogy here, and there's background noise. It's just respect.
Can you proceed, Honorable Badenhorst? They will sort that out, our staff personnel. And may I kindly request the members on the virtual platform to mute themselves because you are disrupting the proceedings. You can proceed, Honorable Badenhorst.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Acknowledges his leadership in rugby's journey towards inclusivity, especially during the fraught transition to a unified rugby structure, and his role in shaping a more just and representative sporting landscape. Appreciates Mr. Mbiko's post-playing legacy as a coach and a mentor, including a South African Sevens coach, advisor to the Uganda Sevens team, and assistant to the SA Women's team, leaving an indelible mark on rugby development at home and abroad. Celebrates a life that stood as a quiet defiance against injustice and the lasting contribution to the sport he loved and the country he never gave up on. Extend the heartfelt condolences of the DA to Mr. Mbiko's family, friends, and broader rugby community, and honors the legacy of a man who
Honorable Badenhorst,
coached with conviction.
Honorable Badenhorst, your time is up.
I so move.
And I will accordingly put your motion on the order paper. Thank you very much. The next speaker on my list is Honorable Molokome.
Chairperson, the Deputy Minister. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes the concern and disappointment, the persistent flagging of the same municipalities for deteriorating finances and governance by the Auditor General. Believing that this deterioration in the finances and poor governance robs the municipalities of the capacity to provide basic services to municipalities, which consist human rights violation, and therefore calls upon the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs to take tough actions against the municipal managers of affected municipalities. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Molokome. Any objection? The motion is duly adopted. The next speaker is Honorable Mokwele.
Thanks, Chair. I hereby move without notice that this August House note and salute the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, for his bold and courageous leadership in rallying all national effort to reset the diplomatic and trade relations with the United States of America. Acknowledge that the high-level diplomatic engagement led by the President Cyril Ramaphosa with his counterpart, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, last week to reset the diplomatic and trade relationship between the two countries, have assisted in clarifying the South African commitment to work with all its partners, particularly the USA, to build solid bilateral relationships, particularly in areas like trade, health, and security. And lastly, to salute our President for his decisive leadership in the midst of the trying times in geopolitics. I so move, Chair. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Any objection?
Objection. Objection.
The motion stands defeated. Order, honourable members. Honourable delegates, we are now proceeding to the first order on the order paper, which shall be read together. Honourable Honourable Togotela, what's the problem? Because there's no speaker on the floor.
I just want to know if my name was not on the list for a motion.
No, you were not on the list. You were trying your luck. And unfortunately, I would have allowed you, but we've exhausted the 20 minutes that has been allocated. Okay. Honorable delegates, as I've indicated that we are now proceeding to the first order in accordance with the order paper, of course, read together with the second order, which is the consideration of the report of Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and Minister in the Presidency, which was tabled before the committee on the 27th of February 2025, and which talks about the protocol to amend the Convention on Offences and certain other acts committed on board aircraft, dated the 26th of February 2025. The second order being the consideration of the report of the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and the Minister in the Presidency. The report was tabled by the committee on the 27th of February 2025, which talks about the International Convention on the Civil Liability for Bunker Oil Pollution Damage, dated the 26th of February. I now call upon Honorable Badenhorst, who's the chairperson of the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and Minister in the Presidency, to present the committee reports. Honorable Badenhorst, you have 12 minutes to present the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, the Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and Minister in the Presidency, hereafter called the Select Committee, received a briefing from the Department of Transport on the provisions and objectives of the protocol to amend the Convention on Offences and certain acts committed on board aircraft, also known as the Montreal Protocol, on the 26th of February 2025. The Montreal Protocol introduces amendments to the Convention on Offences and certain acts committed on board aircraft. The latter is commonly referred to as the Tokyo Convention. South Africa ratified the Tokyo Convention on the 26th of May 1972 and signed the Montreal Protocol on the 25th of September 2019. The Montreal Protocol entered into force on the 1st of January 2020, following the ratification by 22 member states. The Montreal Protocol addresses weaknesses and loopholes in the Tokyo Convention that made it possible for unruly passengers on board aircraft to escape prosecution because of jurisdictional limitations. The protocol extends the jurisdiction over offences and acts committed on board aircraft beyond the state of registration of the aircraft to include the state of landing and the state of the operator. In this manner, the jurisdictional gap created by the Tokyo Convention is closed and will ensure that unruly passengers do not escape prosecution because of a lack of jurisdiction. Having considered the request for approval by Parliament of the protocol to amend the Convention on offences and certain acts committed on board aircraft referred to it, the Select Committee recommends that the National Council of Province, in terms of Section 2312 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa 1996, approve the said protocol. I so move. Thank you, Chair. Chair,
Nice and sweet.
the second order.
You can take the next order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to save you 2 seconds there. The Select Committee on Public Infrastructure and the Minister in the Presidency, hereafter called the Select Committee, received a briefing from the Department of Transport on the provisions and objectives of the International Convention on the Civil Liability for Bunker Oil Pollution Damage, hereafter called the Convention, on 26th of February 2025. Madam Chair, the International Convention on the Civil Liability for Bunker Oil Pollution Damage 2001, hereafter called the Bunker Convention, was adopted by the International Maritime Organization to ensure that adequate, prompt, and effective compensation is available to parties who suffer damage caused by oil spills emanating from fuel carried as a ship's bunker. The Bunker Convention came into force internationally on 18 November 2008. Strict liability for pollution from oil tankers was established by the International Convention on Civil Liability for Oil Pollution Damage 1992, also named the CLC, to which South Africa is a party. The CLC, however, does not cover pollution emanating from fuel for a ship's own use, and the Bunker Convention was promulgated to fill this void in the legal framework. Having considered the request for approval by Parliament of the International Convention on the Civil Liability for Bunker Oil Pollution Damage referred to it, the Select Committee recommends that the National Council of Provinces, in terms of Section 2312 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa 1996, approve the said convention. Thank you, Madam Chair. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst. Honorable members, I just want to ask the House as to whether is there any province that would like to make a declaration at this point in time in terms of rule number 86. There isn't. We shall now proceed to the voting. Although the reports were presented simultaneously, but we are going to vote for them separately. I'm now going to start with the first order. The question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, the heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor or against or they abstain. I will accordingly start with the province of Eastern Cape.
Chairperson, honorable members, the legendary Eastern Cape province vote in support of the report.
Inkosi, Inkosi. The next province would be Free State, Honorable Noe.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. The Free State supports the report.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Gauteng supports the report.
Thank you very much. KwaZulu Natal.
Thank you, Chair. The province of KwaZulu Natal supports.
Thank you very much. Limpopo Province.
Limpopo, we are supporting the report.
Thank you very much. The province of Mpumalanga.
Chairperson, thank you very much. In Mpumalanga, we support the report.
Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Northern Cape supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Northwest.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Bokoni Buphirima supports.
Thank you very much. Western Cape.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Western Cape will support.
Voting is now closed, and accordingly, in accordance with the votes that were cast here today in the House, all the provinces unanimously voted in favor of the first report. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We're now proceeding for the voting on the second report in the order paper. I shall now allow an opportunity for provinces to make a declaration if there's any province that would like to make a declaration. There's none. Thank you. We are now proceeding to the voting on the second order. The question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, the heads of delegates must indicate whether they will be voting in favor, against, or they abstain. I'm going to start with the province of KwaZulu-Natal.
Chairperson, the province of KwaZulu-Natal supports the report.
Thank you very much. Limpopo.
No, thanks very much, Chair. As Limpopo, we vote in favor.
Thank you very much. Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mpumalanga will support.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Definitely, Chairperson, Northern Cape will support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Northwest.
Bokoni Bophirima supports, Chair.
Thank you very much. Western Cape.
The Western Cape will support, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape supports.
Thank you. Free State.
Free State supports, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Gauteng.
Gauteng supports.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the voting has now closed. In accordance with the votes that were cast, all provinces unanimously voted in support of this report. And I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We are now proceeding to the third, read together with the fourth, and as well as the fifth orders, which is the consideration of the report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration, Traditional Affairs, Water, Sanitation, and Human Settlement. The report of the committee, which is dated the 10th of April, 2025, the oversight visit to Mafube local municipality in Free State Province dated the 8th of April 2025. And we are also taking the fourth report, which is the consideration of report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration, Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation and Human Settlement, the report on the oversight visit to Kopanong local municipality in Free State Province dated the 8th of April 2025. The last report from this select committee is an oversight visit to Machabeng local municipality in Free State Province dated the 26th of May 2025. Accordingly, I now take this opportunity and request the chairperson, Honorable Kaunda, to come and present the report before us. You've got 15 minutes to do that, Honorable Kaunda.
This is a big committee. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I stand before you to table the three reports, as you have alluded to those three reports. And good afternoon to the Deputy Minister and all in the platform. And fellow South Africans. Honorable Chairperson, as part of ensuring executive accountability, facilitating public participation and performing oversight, a multi-party delegation of our select committee conducted both reactive and proactive oversight visit from the 18th to the 20th of May 2025 to Mafube, Machabeng, and Kopanong local municipalities in Free State. The objective of conducting oversight visit to Machabeng local municipality was to solicit opinion of internal and external stakeholders on constitutional, procedural, and substantive matters related to invocation of Section 1395 A and C of the Constitution. The primary objective of oversight visits to Mafube and Kopanong local municipality was to conduct a post-intervention impact assessment on interventions that were invoked during the 6th administration. Our final objective was to conduct site visits to water and sanitation related projects and engage with South African Human Rights Commission on the state of service delivery in Free State and especially in the local municipalities that we are reporting on this house today. Honorable Chairperson, based on our interaction with internal and external stakeholders, we have considered and adopted committee reports that contain the opinions of the chief whips of political parties that we engage with SALGA, organized labor, representatives of youth, women, people with disabilities, business forums, and our observations and recommendations for each visited local municipality are attached. Due to time constraints allocated to me, allow me to just provide our general observations and recommendations across the 3 local municipalities, which details and specifics are contained in our separate committee reports. Honorable members of the NCOP, during our engagement with the South African Human Rights Commission, we have noted with great concern that Mafube, Machabeng, and Kopanong local municipalities have been in violation of Section 10, 24(1)(b) and 1521(d) of the Constitution and Section 28(1) of National Environmental Management Act for failing to adequately address the chronic sewage spills in their authorities. We have also noted their failures to develop action plans to implement the recommendations of the South African Human Rights Commission. We have, as part of the provision of support in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution, recommended that the Free State MEC of Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, in collaboration with South African Local Government Association, should provide support to the 3 local municipalities in developing action plans to deal with the findings and recommendations of the report of the South African Human Rights Commission. As part of ensuring executive accountability, we also recommended that the mayor of each local municipality should convene special municipal council meeting together with the speakers to consider and adopt the action plan to deal with the findings and recommendations of the South African Human Rights Commission. Honorable Chairperson, during our engagements with the South African Local Government Association and chief whips of all political parties, we have noted concerns related to lack of impact in relation to Section 139 interventions, absence of norms and standards to regulate the interventions and funding of local municipalities. As part of dealing with the concerns raised by SALGA and chief whips of political parties, we have resolved, as captured in our committee report, to engage during 2025 parliamentary second term the Minister of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on the reviews of white paper on local government, the process which is now in motion, funding model for local government, and tabling of intergovernmental monitoring support intervention bill. We have also resolved to engage the Minister of Water and Sanitation on implementation of intervention and support to municipalities. Val Central, in terms of Section 63 of Water Service Act of 1997, to be also engaged. To further resolve to engage the municipal infrastructure support agents, MISA, on the technical support provided to municipalities general and specifically in Free State province in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. Finally, we have also resolved to engage Free State rural maintenance on support provided to municipality on electricity revenue collection and impact thereof. Honorable Chairperson, as part of complying with court order of the invocation of Section 135 A and C of the Constitution in Machabeng local municipality, we have recommended as follows: that the NCOP notes the notice issued on the 31st of October 2024 by Free State government to invoke section 1395 A and C to Machabeng local municipality. Secondly, that the National Council of Provinces notes also that the decision to intervene in Machabeng local municipality in terms of section 1395 A and C of the Constitution was challenged by the municipality in the Court of Law, and that on the 30th of May 2025, the Bloemfontein High Court dismissed the appeal. That the National Council of Province notes on the strength and of the court order dismissal that the intervention as per the notice issued on the 31st of October 2024 has been invoked in Machabeng local municipality. And also further notes that the National Council of Provinces notes the implementation of intervention commenced on the 13th of May 2025 with the dispatching of an intervention team to the municipality, and that the intervention is with effect from the court date. The NCOP further notes, the council further notes that supports the invocation of section 1395 A and C of the Constitution in Machabeng local municipality, that the National Council of Provinces should consider the adopted and published committee reports served before this Honorable House, Honorable Chairperson. Therefore, I formally table the reports, 3 of them with the details. I submit. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You did exceptionally well with time. We are now by way far better than you, Honorable Badenhorst. No, not at all. Now, honorable members, on the third order, is there any province that would like to make a declaration at this point in time? There's none. We are now proceeding to the voting on the third order. The question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, the heads of delegates must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or they abstain. I'll accordingly start with the province of Eastern Cape.
President and honorable members, the Eastern Cape supports the reports.
Enkosi siyabulela. Enkosi. The province of Machabeng, Free State.
Now is the province of the food basket of the country. The Free State supports the report to make Honorable Skir Kochel happy. Thank you very much.
It's not about him, it's about the people of Free State. Honorable Mananisa.
Thank you, Chair. Gauteng supports.
Thank you very much. KZN.
Thank you, Chair. The province of KwaZulu-Natal supports.
Thank you very much. Limpopo.
Ke le leboge modulasetulo, the province of Limpopo support.
Re a leboga. Mpumalanga.
Thank you, Chair. Mpumalanga support.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Re a leboga modulasetulo, Northern Cape support. Thank you.
Kaya, thank you. Northwest.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Bokoni Phirima supports.
Re a leboga. Western Cape.
Dankie voorsitter, die Wes-Kaap sal ondersteun.
Kaya, thank you. Honorable members, accordingly, the vote has closed. And all provinces have voted in favor of this report. And I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We're now proceeding to the fourth order of the day. And I just want to ascertain as to whether are there any provinces that will like to take this opportunity and make a declaration on this report? None. We are now proceeding to the voting, and accordingly, I will start with the province of Eastern Cape.
Iphondo lenwele hlala ngaphambili. Liyayixhasa ingxoxo.
Enkosi, siyabulela. Free State.
Dila stulo ya Gabane.
Re a leboga. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. Gauteng supports the report.
Re a leboga. KwaZulu Natal.
Thank you, Chair, again. The province of KwaZulu-Natal supports the report.
Siyabonga. Limpopo.
No, thanks, Chairperson. The province of Africa, Eden, Limpopo, support the report.
Re a leboga. Mpumalanga.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Mpumalanga, the place of the rising sun, support the report.
Siyabonga. Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The largest province in the country supports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Northwest.
Nikensile Chairperson, Northwest Inyimani report.
Nikensile Sunene. Western Cape.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The best run province in the country, Western Cape, will support.
Until you tell me that you've purchased the house in Langa, I'll never believe your statement. We thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. The vote has closed, and I therefore declare that all provinces unanimously have voted in favor of this report, and accordingly, I declare the report adopted in accordance to Section 65 of the Constitution. We're proceeding to the last report on the other paper, which is the fifth report. Once again, may I ask if there is any province that would like to make a declaration on this report? None. Thank you. We are now proceeding to the voting on this last report, which is the fifth report on the other paper. I'm going to start with Western Cape. Western Cape. We are voting for the fifth.
Madam Chair, sorry, I was so shocked by your Langa comment that I forgot to. The Western Cape will support.
Thank you very much. Northern West. Northwest. I'm being distracted now by your comments.
No, Nikensile Chairperson, Northwest ya support our report.
Nikensile Shunene. Northern Cape.
Re a leboga modulasetulo, Northern Cape area support. Thank you.
Aya, thank you. Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much. Mpumalanga support.
Thank you very much. Limpopo.
Thanks very much, Limpopo support.
Thank you very much. KwaZulu Natal.
Sihlalo isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal siyawuseka umbiko.
Siyabonga. Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. Gauteng supports.
Re a leboga. Free State.
Ya leboha modulasetulo Free State ya support.
Re a leboga. Eastern Cape.
Sibamba ngazo zosibini.
Enkosi siyabulela. Honorable members, we are now proceeding to the next order to the next item on the other paper, which is the debate on Africa Day under the theme Pioneering Africa's Inclusive Economic Growth through the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, optimizing our levers for building the Africa we want. And accordingly, We are graced by the presence of our Deputy Minister, International Relations and Cooperation. Would like to take this opportunity, Honorable Deputy Minister, and welcome you in the NCOP and accordingly appreciate your availability to partake in this very important debate that we are engaged in today. And having said that, I would afford you an opportunity to come and address the House as your opening of this debate. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me take this opportunity and convey my warmest greetings to the honorable members of this National Council of Provinces, members of the diplomatic corps who are participating on this debate, chairperson virtually, ladies and gentlemen, Hamilosa, Dumelang, Moloen, good afternoon. Huemeda. Thank you very much. Allow me, Chair and members, to take this opportunity as well and join multitudes of our people in conveying our heartfelt condolences on the passing on of our Isitwalandwe, a heroine of our African soil, the daughter of our soil, Umama Gertrude Shope. Uma Shope is the mother to our High Commissioner to Botswana, Her Excellency Taninga Shope Solman. We want to join hands with the rest of the African people in saying to Mashope, you have ran your race. Go well, Mama, until we meet again. Chairperson, let me take this opportunity on the outset to congratulate you and the rest of the members for convening this timely debate under the theme Pioneering Africa's Inclusive Economic Growth through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, wherein we need to optimize our levers for building the Africa that we want. Honorable Chair and members, as it has been requested that I deliver the remarks on behalf of the department in that theme, I'm grateful for this opportunity to contribute to this debate here today. This parliamentary debate is timely as it also reassets the role of the Parliament in developing a national reparations program and a position to champion a multilateral fora where we need to call for the redress, remedial actions on issues of reparatory justice. We all know that Africans and the people who are in the diaspora have been victims of slave trades. And it's now the time, House Chair, to call for justice in that context. The continued commemoration of Africa Day by this August House Chairperson is a reflection of the commitment to the ideals of the Pan-Africanism and the continued pursuance of solidarity, collective independence, economic empowerment, and cultural renewal of the continent of Africa. On this important occasion, House Chair and members, as Africans on the continent of Africa and the diaspora, we need to reflect on the strides that we have made in the realization of the key principles of the OAU, namely political freedom from colonial era, economic integration, and Africa taking its rightful place in the world stages.
Moreover, Chairperson, we need to reflect on the damage that has been done to Africans and the diaspora through transatlantic slave trade, slavery through apartheid and colonial era, and also through the neo-colonial era that we continue to observe as the people of this continent. These principles, however, Chairperson, resonate with the 2025 African Union theme of this year, 2025, which is justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations and justice. This theme, Chairperson and members, permeates through all the challenges that still confronts the continent and exchange views on innovative ways on how we need to address these historical injustices. Therefore, Chairperson, the nature of the relations between Africans and persons of African descent goes a long way, and also it is rooted in the painful past of our history, and we need to really work together in charting a future where everyone will feel that indeed their rights are respected. While these phenomena are deeply rooted in slavery, the slave trade and transatlantic slave trade, they have been correctly characterized as crimes against humanity and the real genocide, and their lasting effects in the minds of our people continue to be seen on a day-to-day basis. Hence, the call by Africans and Afro-descendants for reparations remains significant and was one of the key principles towards the formation of OAU more than 6 decades ago. South Africa, for its part, has also played a significant role in the previous Africa Day celebration, where we continued to pay tribute to Africans for their fight against apartheid and to work towards making sure that we redress on the injustice of the past. Honorable Chair and members, as this year marks the impending hosting of the 9th Pan-African Congress that is going to be taking place in Lome, in Togo, in the second half of this year, 2025, I'm reminded of an inspiring quote by the great Frantz Fanon, as I'm going to quote him. To educate the masses politically does not mean or cannot mean making political speeches. What it means is to try relentlessly and passionately to teach the masses that everything depends on them. And also that we need to stagnate this issue and make it a point that the responsibility for us to chart a way forward towards prosperity also depends on them. And that there is no famous man who will take the responsibility for everything, but that the courage of our people themselves and the magic hands that they have finally only can help us to build the Africa that we want, close quote. House Chair and members, with this quotation that I've just made, we should always be reminded that as we celebrate this significance of Africa Day as member states of OAU, we are reminded to spare no efforts towards strengthening of the African Union so that the organization is fit for purpose and also it is capable of addressing the many challenges that confront us as the people of this continent. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa has and will continue to play its leadership role in the process of strengthening Africa Union, bearing in mind that the stability and the prosperity of this continent lies on all of us as the people of this continent. The country also reserves, as the first chairperson of the African Union Assembly at the inaugural session in 2002 in Durban, it has also hosted no less than 6 organs and agencies of AU in the soil of Africa. And here in South Africa, all these activities have really taken place. With this having said, Honorable Chairperson, South Africa is also one of the first countries to sign and ratify the Africa Free Continental Trade Area, wherein we were demonstrating the commitment of South Africa to the ideals of Pan-Africanism and also to the ideals of African Renaissance. It is important to underscore that AFCFTA is the world's largest free trade area comprising of 55 countries with 8 regional economic communities, and it is also a single market that is covering 1.3 billion people, which is now comparable to the giants who are in the economic space like your India and China. Indeed, leveraging on the Africa Free Continental Trade Area will help us to realize the inclusive economic growth on the continent of Africa, of course, leveraging on the critical minerals that we continue to have as the continent. As the implementation of the Africa Free Continental Trade Area cannot only be left to government, we need to also call on the private sector to also play a meaningful role in the realization of the Africa Free Continental Trade Area. House Chairperson, there is no doubt that the AfCFTA has made considerable progress since the 1st of January 2021 when it was launched, and AU heads of states and governments have adopted various critical legal frameworks for the continent to enable the utilization of the AfCFTA as a lever and a critical instrument that we can use towards the inclusive economic growth and also dealing with issues of market integration and the industrialization of our individual economies. These objectives were first envisioned by our founding fathers and mothers of our glorious Union of Africa way back in the 6th decades ago. It is important to highlight that the Africa Free Continental Trade Area is not only a free trade instrument, but it is a comprehensive strategic tool to transform the economic and the industrial landscape of our beautiful continent of Africa. It is one of the cornerstones of our Agenda 2063, where we are saying we want to build the Africa that we want. And as the only blueprint for Africa's growth and prosperity adopted by African leaders in 2013 under the leadership of one of our own, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, as she was continuing chairing the AU with pride and representing all of us. I thought you'll clap hands for the work that she has done. Despite the current geopolitical challenges and the trade wars that continues to engulf us as the continent and the globe, which impact on the inclusive economic growth in Africa, we have no other choice but to accelerate the African Continental Free Trade Area as a catalyst towards market integration and industrialization of the continent's economy. And in that way, House Chair and members, it is by no accident that this will be designated for a more accelerated years of economic prosperity. Honorable Chairperson, since the adoption of the Africa Free Continental Trade Area in 2021, a number of considerable progress has been made, and we really need to appreciate the 31 countries that are already at an advanced stage where they've already expressed their interest in trading within the Africa Free Trade Continental Area under the Guided Trade Initiative, which is your GTI. South Africa, for its part, has resumed trading under the AfCFTA on the 31st of January 2025, with its first shipments going to Kenya and Ghana respectively. The launch demonstrated that South Africa's commitment to the implementation of the Africa Free Continental Trade Area, economic growth and development of the entire continent can be questioned by all of us. The role of vulnerable groups such as women and youth who are in the trade space in the continuing agenda of wanting to make these vulnerable groups to be more accessible and also being at the center of driving our economic agenda, we need to really work together with the relevant ministries and make it a point that we involve small, medium enterprises and all the other sectors that are key in the process of making sure that we drive the Africa Free Continental Trade Area to greater heights. Honorable Chairperson, we therefore owe it to our pioneers of our women empowerment programs, such as Gertrude Shope, who sadly passed on last week, to spare no effort to use the AFCTA protocol on women and trade as a catalyst for economic emancipation of women across the continent of Africa. This is what Gertrude Shope and other heroines of our liberation struggle would want us to pursue as this administration of the 7th administration in the South African government. Hence, we continue to advocate for the signing and the ratification of the draft protocol on women and youth in trade and also accompanying ministerial regulations so that women and youth can start reshaping their own future in terms of issues of economic development. South Africa has also started in this protocol, wherein we have seen women in this year, 2025, leading the charge in making sure that they consider the protocol very soon, as a process is already underway as we speak in now, House Chairperson. And it is now the call that we are making that in your little corners, as you interact with several ministries, let them tell you how are they going to enable the participation of youth and women through the Africa Free Continental Trade Area, so that this strata of our society can feel that indeed this program is going to benefit them economically. House Chairperson, South Africa has prioritized the signing and the ratification of the Digital Trade Protocol in this year, 2025. And we want to encourage all state parties of the Africa Free Continental Trade Area to sign and ratify the Digital Trade Protocol at the earliest date, so that we can infuse the much needed momentum towards the full and effective implementation of the Africa Free Continental Trade Area that we have been longing for and we have been patiently waiting for it. The pace of ratification to the AFCTA, which currently stands at 48%, wherein the commitment of leaders, especially those who are members within the continent of Africa that are leading in this regard, needs to be appreciated, because it is only through the leadership will that will be coming from member states themselves to make it a point that the call for us to realize the Africa that we want through the Africa Free Continental Trade Area will be realized by all of us, so that we can be able to change the lives of our people for the better. There is no gain in saying that there is a renewed interest on the continent's natural resources, especially the critical minerals, by the entire world. It is indeed an anomaly that for centuries, Africa had to deal with the paradox of being the consumer of goods, as opposed to them having to produce goods in their own respective countries. You must know, honorable members, that the more you export your raw materials as they are, you are exporting your own jobs, you are also exporting your own economic growth. Honorable Chairperson, I want to indicate that This program is receiving the necessary attention that it deserves under the leadership of the chairperson of AU, Mr. Mohamed Usofu, together with the newly elected commissioners in the AU, so that we can be able to leverage on this platform and turn the situation around in the sense that we must never continue to be beggars as the people of the continent. We must do away with the dependency syndrome and start to be independent in the economic context of doing things. Honorable Chairperson, indeed this debate is taking place when the South African government has commenced officially with its presidency of the G20, and the G20 is going to be delivered under the theme Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability. And we are also focusing on the programs of AFCTA so that our programs of the G20 can start to find expression in the lives of our people for the better. I want to thank you for your kind attention, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We are now proceeding to the next speaker on the list. The next speaker is Honorable Hadebe, the House Chairperson, International Relations.
Chairperson of the Council, Deputy Chairperson of the Council, the Chief Whip of the Council, the House Chairperson Committees of the Council, SALGA representatives, Chief Whip of the Council, esteemed permanent and special guests, delegates of the SOP, distinguished guests and fellow Africans, good afternoon. There are moments in a nation's life when a single day embodies generations of memory, hope and shared endurance, moments when a dream had ended through struggle and steadfast vision glows in the eyes of her people. Delegates, Africa Day is such a moment. We assemble in its honor with pride and humility, aware that this simple act of gathering on the continent's sacred day links us through the untold layers of meaning, freedom long denied and then wrested from history's tightest grip. The power of Pan-African unity and the fresh resolve to move all Africa forward. The air vibrates with possibility. In this heightened atmosphere, we recall the galvanizing words of Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana's founding president. One of our most prophetic voices once warned, I quote, "We must unite or perish." We must recognize that our economic independence resides in our African Union and requires the same concentration upon our political achievement, unquote. That call to unity, fierce, urgent, and undiluted by time, finds new life each time Africa's sons and daughters pause to take stock of how far we have come and the horizon still before us. Honorable members, the world sees Africa through many lenses, but none of those fleeting perceptions may match the feeling that stirs in our blood on this day. We take stock of the roads traveled since colonial rule kept us walled off from each other and deprived us of the true benefits of our vast resources. We remember the distant drumbeats of resistance and the heady days where independence swept through the African continent. We mark hard-won milestones and the days when bold leaders dared to imagine that Africa will chart a course and never look back. Today's gathering stands on the shoulders of these visionaries and the ordinary women and men whose dreams never dimmed. As a proud member of the African National Congress, I'm especially honored to participate to today's debate beneath the banner of unity. Our theme, pioneering Africa's inclusive economic growth through the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, optimizing our levers for building the Africa we want, is more than a slogan. It is a countrywide call to action. It signals our shared belief that true freedom is only complete when economic gains reach every village,
every city, and when the trade and innovation need us into the community or our founders visualize. Delegates, this team invites us, all young and old, in town and countryside, in parliament or local fora, to press forward together using every lever of integration to unleash Africa's immense potential and realize the Africa we want. Delegates, the birth of the OAU in 1963 stands as one of the watershed moments in the modern African history, an event that shifted the continent's destiny onto the new trajectory. The OAU's founding expanded a pan-African parliament in the heart of Addis Ababa, declaring to the world that Africa would no longer be defined by borders, drawn in colonial powers or by narrow purposes of outsiders. The continent's independent states rallied together for the first time under a single umbrella and resolved to work as one family. This body set out to protect hard-won sovereignty, to champion the liberation of countries still ensnared by colonial rule, and critical to begin a difficult journey towards political and economic unification. Delegates, the OAU became the voice that echoed Nkrumah's urging. I quote him again, "Unite we must. Without sacrificing our sovereignties, we can forge a political union based on defense, foreign affairs and diplomacy, and common citizenship, an African currency, a monetary zone, and a central bank," unquote. Such vision was bold for its era. Many member states were barely out of colonial rule, still patching together nationalities. Yet the OAU drove pan-African projects, mediated boundary disputes, supported exiled freedom fighters, and voiced a collective outrage against apartheid. Though charter limitations sometimes restrained its mission, the OOE planted the seed far deeper for integration. The alignment of political goals made it easy to forge regional bodies later, from ECOWAS in the west to SADC in the east, and East African Community in the east, all paving stones on the growth towards yet struggling That means supporting Africa-driven mediation when conflicts spark. It means that standing as a bloc for reforms at the UN. It means that deepening ties through the student exchanges, tech hubs, and joint infrastructure project. The ANC believes that solidarity is the surest path to lasting growth and security. It means that supporting homegrown mediation, standing up for governance reform, deepening links through education, tech, and infrastructure. Brotherly unity turns Africa into a dazzling variety, into a global muscle. When Africans anywhere feel at home in any corner of the continent, will have honored Lumumba's vision and unlock Africa's real promise. As the sun set on this Africa debate, lifted by hope and dreams, let us once more pledge ourselves to the vision that has always moved Africa forward, a vision of a continent both prosperous and at peace with itself. That dream rests on the bedrock of three ideas: unity among our peoples, bold development that leaves no one behind, and social justice as a daily lived reality. Delegates, these are anchors the ANC turns to even as time shifts and fresh challenges emerge. We call the OOE beginnings as the AU expansion today surge the African enterprise. We have honored our differences in language, faith, and custom. Now we must create all these strands into a single fabric, one durable enough to stand set back by, light enough to let the culture shine. That's why, as I'm moving towards the end of the speech, I'd really like to thank the President of the Republic, the patriotic South Africans who went to Washington last week to go there to push back the right-wing agenda, which was trying to reverse the gains of democracy. As we speak today, the right-wingers' agenda has failed. The president was able to assemble all the men and women from all the walks of life, from the business people, from the labor, and from government. They were able to reverse that. They were able to assert the fact that the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa will be respected. When we spoke about the Expropriation Act, they knew, even the Americans now know, that there's no country in the world which does not have an Expropriation Act. That's why we're behind the closed doors meetings. The Expropriation Act was not even on the agenda. The issue of the ICJ case was not even there on the agenda, because at long last, an African leader and his own people were able to stand against the bully in the China's workshop. That's why, as we're speaking today, that meeting is going to be able to defend more than 144,000 jobs, because after the tariffs were imposed upon all the steels and the cars which were coming to America, South Africa has secured a deal whereby 400,000 cars will be exported duty-free to America. 385,000 tons of steel will be exported duty-free to America. 132,000 tons of aluminum will be exported duty-free to America. What a better way of honoring Africa Day, by ensuring that the Africa is able to stand on its own in the world. Baya danki, ke a leboha, ke a leboha. A real African.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adebe.
Face the man and drive.
Order, honorable members, let us proceed. Thank you very much, Honorable Adebe, for your wonderful input. And from my side also, I want to welcome the Deputy Minister to the NCOP. Thank you, Deputy Minister. We appreciate you being here. Honorable members, today we also have two birthday children in our midst, and that is Honorable Phala and Honorable Sitole. We want to wish them a very happy birthday. And now it gives me pleasure to call upon the next contributor to this debate, and that's Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Boshoff, you have 6 minutes.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members and fellow South Africans, it is an honour to rise in the National Council of Provinces to participate in this debate on Africa Day and to reflect on our shared heritage, our continental identity, and critically, the economic future that we must urgently and decisively shape together. Africa Day is not merely a celebration of our past struggles and triumphs. It is a call to action, a call for us to build a future that is economically inclusive, industrially ambitious, and trade-orientated. The theme for this year's Africa Day lecture, Pioneering Africa's Inclusive Economic Growth Through the African Continental Free Trade Area, is both timely and essential. Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance holds that South Africa's economic future lies in expanding trade, attracting investment, and unleashing the full potential of our businesses, particularly our SMMEs within Africa and beyond. We believe the African Continental Free Trade Area is a significant lever for achieving this, but only if we adopt the right reforms and resist protectionist instincts that hamper competitiveness. South Africa must not just participate in the African Continental Free Trade Area. We, as South Africans, must lead it. Our role in the African Continental Free Trade Area must focus on removing non-tariff barriers, improving customs efficiency, and making it easier for South African businesses, especially our small and medium enterprises, to export goods and services across our borders. We cannot speak of inclusive growth if our own domestic economic policies are exclusionary. Current localization requirements and red tape hinder the very entrepreneurs who should be on the forefront of intra-Africa trade. These policies may be well-intentioned, but their effect is to drive up costs, limit innovation, and deter international trade partnerships. The DA proposes a pro-growth approach to trade that puts enterprise first, removing designated goods lists and reforming procurement rules that shut out smaller firms. We must support the development of competitive industries within special economic zones and industrial parks. These must be made attractive to investors and exporters alike, not mired in bureaucracy and inefficiency. Honourable members, South Africa must also reassert its global trade position. This means protecting and leveraging key agreements like AGOA and the SACU-EU Economic Partnership Agreement, not undermining them through poor diplomacy and incoherent foreign policy. Ek wil ook dan van hierdie geleentheid gebruik maak om die minister van Landbou te komplimenteer met die onlangse vordering wat gemaak is om uitvoerkanale vir Suid-Afrikaanse produkte te open, veral in die Asiatiese mark. Hierdie sukses wys wat moontlik is wanneer daar gefokus, onderhandel en gelewer word. Ons moet nou verseker dat meer sektore van die ekonomie dieselfde toegang tot internasionale markte verkry, veral vir arbeid-intensiewe bedrywe wat werk kan skep. We must diversify our trade relationships and push for new preferential access to markets in the Far East, Latin America, and the Middle East, especially for agricultural products and value-added goods. This is how we will grow jobs, reduce our trade deficit, and re-industrialize the South African economy. We most definitely cannot afford another decade of economic stagnation and missed opportunities. Unemployment, especially among the youth, is the greatest threat to stability on this continent. Yet we have the means to change this if we commit to economic reforms that are inclusive, competitive, and trade-driven. Let us not pay lip service to the African Continental Free Trade Area. Let us implement policies that allow it to thrive by empowering entrepreneurs, reforming regulations, investing in infrastructure, and ensuring our people benefit from access to continental markets. In conclusion, Deputy Chair, Africa's future will not be written in declarations, but in decisions by this House, by this government, and by each of us in leadership. Let us be the generation that delivers trade that works, growth that includes, and an economy that uplifts every African. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Botchoff. The next speaker is the Honorable Siwisa. Honorable Member, you have 15 minutes.
Chairperson, let me first start off by stating that the Economic Freedom Fighters stands in solidarity with all Africans across the continent and the diaspora as we celebrate Africa Day, a day which observes the formation of Organization of Africa Unity, formed by great Pan-African leaders who led independence movement in Africa during the 1960s. Today, as we commemorate this day, we are reminded of the agenda of the OAU, which sought to promote unity and solidarity of African states, defend the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Africa, and which aimed to end all forms of colonialism. We mark not just the remembrance of our rich history, but also a reaffirmation of our commitment to the continued struggle for freedom, equality, and justice. And we take this opportunity to also remind everyone of the significant strides which we have taken as a continent in fostering unity and pursuing common goals. However, Chairperson, it is deeply disheartening to witness signs of regression, especially concerning the rights and well-being of women and girls across the continent, especially in relation to the surging gender-based violence rates. We must therefore remain vigilant and steadfast in safeguarding and advancing the rights and dignity of women and children, for they are integral to the vision of truly liberated Africa. Deputy Chairperson, we have gathered here today to commemorate Africa Day, but Africa is still not economically free. Today, 62 years since the resounding rallying call for unity in the face of imperial domination, Africa remains on its knees, fractured and at the mercy of former colonial masters and their administrators. We witnessed this just last week when a joint press briefing meeting was held by President Cyril Ramaphosa and Donald Trump, where a South African delegation traveled to the USA to be dictated as to what must happen in South Africa, with the sole attack being on the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, President Julius Sello Malema. The meeting, which came under the pretext of discussing diplomatic trade and economic relations, ended up being a discussion about the CAC and his correct and principled position regarding the return of the land to African people and the return of the means of productions into the hands of the African majority. As the EFF would once again like to reiterate that we oppose any reversal of transformative legislation, including that which will allow for expropriation of land, and we will defend our constitutional democracy, and we will never bow nor succumb to imperialism. Chairperson, the EFF maintains that the ideals of African independence, anti-imperialism, rejection of colonial debt, a unitary African currency, and promotion of African trade are the bedrock of the future of this continent. People must unite to avoid situations that make us collectively pander to white society for affirmation, guidance, guidance and stifle the aspiration for the return of our land and mineral wealth. For there can not be economic emancipation for African states without freedom and emancipation of Africa in its entirety. And in the words of the fearless Kwame Nkrumah, quoting, "It is clear that we must find an African solution to the African problem, and this can only be found in African unity. Divided, we are weak. United, Africa could become one of the greatest forces for good in this world." Deputy Chairperson, ke maragana bana ba mpa modulasetulo. Let Africans resolve their own problems. Chairperson, as the EFF, we would like to take this moment to reaffirm our commitment to Pan-Africanism. The EFF stands firm in its belief in a unified Africa characterized by unrestricted movement and trade and under one single currency. We proudly uphold the vision of our predecessors from the OAU, who envisioned an Africa marked by robust regional continental integration. We remain dedicated to the pursuit of this noble goal, striving to realize a future where Africa stands united and prosperous for the benefit of its people. We therefore welcome the pioneering of Africa's inclusive economic growth through the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which includes critical areas of Africa's economy, such as digital trade and investment protection, amongst other areas. The agreement will be key in boosting the economy and creating jobs in South Africa, and will eliminate barriers to trade in Africa and significantly boost intra-Africa trade, particularly trade in value-added products and trade across all sectors of Africa's economy. As the EFF, we have for a period of 12 years stood firm in calling for industrialization, beneficiation of our minerals on the continent to create jobs and end poverty and unemployment. And so we encourage fast-tracking the process of free trade, the movement of persons in the continent, because ours is to strive for one Africa and one trading arrangement. Chairperson, on this day, the EFF reaffirms the principles contained in our founding manifesto that states that the development of an African continent is an inextricable link to the development of South Africa. No amount of sustainable socio-economic development and stability will be realized in South Africa unless the state plays an active role in the economic development of the African continent. This obviously should include the development of trade corridors that link up to the entire African continent and create capacity to consume goods and services produced on the continent. Heads of states need to come together and stop being puppets of the West. The African Union must function independently and come with solutions that will benefit Africans, not in the context of the West, but in the context of Africa itself. Not forgetting our regional economic communities that will allow for the promotion of economic integration and cooperation. This will be a reality if full support is given in taking stronger leadership roles in peacekeeping, policy alignment, and development. African countries need to trade amongst each other, Chairperson. This could happen through African Continental Free Trade Area, which needs to be fully implemented so as to ensure economic growth within the continent. We must do away with these man-made borders. We must introduce visa-free travel, which will allow for Africans to move freely within the continent. Africa needs to reclaim the means of production to create jobs in Africa for Africans. We must promote the introduction of Pan-African education and cultural exchange with a sole focus on teaching a curriculum that shares African history and champions student exchange within the continent. Forward to the unity of continent, forward. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Suisa. The next speaker is the Honorable Mokoena. Honorable Member, you have 9 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Minister in the House, Honorable Chairperson and Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, honorable members. The cries of the African child pierce through the fabric of time, echoing not as a whisper of history, but as the agonizing wails of a wounded continent. These are not distant echoes. They are the sobs of a child who goes to bed hungry, their fragile body curled up on the floor. They are the muffled cries of a mother who sacrifices a meal to feed her children, knowing that in any event, this could not be enough. They are the shouts of despair from forgotten corners of our land, where the light of opportunity is eclipsed by the darkness of poverty. These cries rise from the dust of the rural villages, from overcrowded urban slums, and from classrooms where children dream not of a bright future, but of surviving just another day. They are a haunting reminder that while Africa has broken the chains of colonial rule, we have yet to free our people from the grip of inequality, hunger, and hopelessness. When will this child, the African child, no longer cry? When will their tears turn to laughter and their despair to hope, their dreams to reality? Honorable members, today's debate, pioneering Africa's inclusive economic growth through African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, is not just a lofty aspiration, it's an urgent call for action. The Free Trade Area Agreement is our greatest opportunity to unify Africa's fragmented economies, tear down artificial colonial borders, and ignite the kind of growth that benefits every citizen, not just the privileged few. It promises a market of 1.3 billion people and a combined GDP of over 3.4 trillion, a force powerful enough to rewrite the economic story of our continent. But let us not deceive ourselves. The trade agreement will not succeed without deliberate and courageous leadership. And this is where the ANC government has failed us time and time again. Instead of leading Africa into a new era of prosperity, they have tethered us to the failures of the past. Chairperson, Mr. Ramaphosa and his government have become a symbol of everything holding Africa back. His recent trip to the United States was not just a mission of economic empowerment, but a disgraceful display of weakness. Instead of demanding fair trade deals, he begged for scraps. Instead of standing as a proud African leader, he groveled to the approval of foreign billionaires. And let us not forget that the ANC is not alone. The crybaby and the so-called leader of the DA, Mr. Steenhuisen, also decided to outdo the president in a shameful servitude. With all the arrogance of a man who thinks he speaks of the majority, has gone begging America, asking them to save South Africa from the MK party. Someone needs to tell them that when people vote, abanandaba ukuthi ucabangani yena, abantu bazovota ngendlela abafisa ukuvota ngayo. His actions are a stark reminder that both the ANC and the DA are united in their commitment to preserving the inequality and exclusion. This is not leadership, this is desperation. And desperation has no place in the corridors of power. This, Chairperson, could you please save me from...
You are protected. Continue, Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you. I am.
Just fired.
Honorable members, this is not just a leadership, as I was saying, it is a betrayal of our people. The MK party, as the official opposition and government in waiting, offers a different vision, one of bold leadership and decisive action. Under the MKP government, the trade agreement will become more than a paper agreement. It will be a cornerstone of Africa's African transformation. We will ensure that trade policies benefit Africans. We will prioritize intra-free trade, ensuring that African farmers, miners, are the primary beneficiaries. Resources will stay in Africa. We will renegotiate exploitative contracts and bring Africa's wealth under African control. Africa Day must also become more than a symbolic gesture. It must be a declared holiday, a day of reflection, action, and renewal. Let it replace outdated colonial commemorations and become a rallying point for unity and progress. On Africa Day, we must honor the sacrifices of liberation heroes and remind ourselves of the work still done. It must be a day when we recommit to building Africa we want, an Africa that is free, prosperous, and united. Chairperson, the trade agreement will not succeed unless we claim what is ours. The minerals, the land, the industries, these must all belong to the people of Africa, not for foreign corporations or cronies of government. What kind of leadership allows our resources to enrich foreign capitals while our people remain starving? What kind of leadership watches as our minerals are shipped abroad only to return as overpriced goods? It's not leadership, it's just surrender. Honorable members, the Africa we want is one where every child goes to bed with a full stomach and a dream for tomorrow. Youth are empowered with skills and opportunities to build their future. Our economies are built by Africans, for Africans, in the interest of Africans. This vision cannot be realized under the ANC or the GNU, unfortunately. You lack the will for courage and the competence to lead us there. Your allegiance lies with the powerful, not with the people. The African child cannot eat slogans. The unemployed youth cannot build a future on foreign handouts. Honorable Chairperson, let us not betray the dreams of our ancestors. Let us not squander the potential of our youth. Let us not reject the weak and self-serving leadership that has brought us to this point 30 years along. The MK Party declares Africa deserves better. The African child deserves better. The MK Party is here to deliver it for Africa, by Africans, in the interest of Africans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker to contribute to the debate is Honorable Briet. Honorable Briet, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, House Chair. A lot has been said today, and I will refrain from commenting on all of them. Honourable Mokoena and I see Honourable Suisa has left. As South Africa observes Africa Day, we are reminded of a turning point in our continent's history, a day that was to mark the birth of a bold vision for unity and progress of all of Africa. 25 May 1963 was the day that the Organization of African Unity was established, setting the scene for what would become the African Union. Many countries have most certainly made some remarkable strides since then, commanding the world's respect and admiration in terms of sustainable development and global advancements. The world's largest concentrated solar power plant is currently on African soil in Morocco. Almost 90% of Kenya's energy is sourced from renewable energy. Nigeria's tech startups and digital entrepreneurship has become so globally recognized that Lagos has been dubbed as Africa's Silicon Valley. While Nollywood, Nigeria's booming film industry, has impressively become the second largest film producer in the world. While we, as fellow Africans, can stand with deep pride in the remarkable resilience and global strides of our continent, working together to shape a better tomorrow, the sons and daughters of South Africa are too often left without the same cause for celebration. Consider, for example, the fact that while Rwanda currently ranks as a global leader in gender-inclusive employment, with over 85% of its women actively engaged in the workforce, South Africa still has lower labor force participation of women, and they average earn 12% less than their male counterparts. Also, South Africa currently has a youth unemployment rate of over 60%, ranking it one of Africa's least successful in this crucial field. I, in fact, think it is in the world, that statistic. While great parts of Africa have successfully made the switch to much more sustainable energy resources, like that of Ethiopia and Uganda's hydroelectric renewables, South Africa remains shackled to coal, ranking in the bottom 3 of reliable energy distributors on the African continent. Put this into perspective on merely one such occasion, and that is 2023. South Africa as a country lost nearly 2.8 trillion rand due to load shedding. In that same year, we experienced 1,296 hours of load shedding. That amounts to 54 full whole days of power cuts. It is estimated that during this time, for each stage, we approximately lost 500 million rand per day, with stage 4 load shedding thus adding up to 2 billion rand per day. While the South African continent celebrates Africa Day, it is becoming glaringly obvious that South Africa has little to celebrate. In fact, upon a deeper look, South Africa has more reason to be slightly concerned that their comparatively successful neighbors are far outranking them. While our leaders use colorful language to disguise the dismal picture before us, the reality on the ground is quite shocking. Youth unemployment, worst on the continent. Income inequality, lowest in the continent. Education quality, near last, with very poor student performance. Public health access, 25th out of 54. Electricity reliability, oh, that was a difficult word, sorry, bottom 3. Entrepreneurship rate and corruption of perception index also rank amongst the lowest. Truly disgraceful if you are comparing us to our neighbors that do a lot more with a lot less. We are supposed to be a market leader, not a follower. South Africa has not yet earned its seat at the table of celebration. While many other African nations have shown tangible progress, the countries are not built on conferences, but on communities. South Africa remains trapped in political performance and empty rhetoric until we begin to serve our people with the same urgency reserved for our speeches. Africa Day will remain a mirror of how far we still have to go. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We now move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honourable Adriansa. Honourable Member, you have 6 minutes.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, my fellow South Africans, good day. Vandag staan ons by 'n kruispunt van onsekerheid en hoop, van die verlede se skaduwees en die beloftes van 'n nuwe dag. Ons keuses is duidelik. Gaan ons toelaat dat die foute van die verlede en die vergrype van die verlede ons definieer, of sal ons die krag vind om vorentoe te beweeg, vasberade, verenig en vol hoop? Ons verhaal is een van deursettingsvermoë en veerkrag om 'n nuwe era van voorspoed te bou. Ons kan ons geskiedenis nie ontken nie, maar ons kan dit as 'n stewige grondslag gebruik om 'n nuwe toekoms te bou. 'n toekoms waarin Afrika se potensiaal nie net erken word nie, maar ten volle ontgin word. Ons is nie net passiewe toeskouers of passasiers nie. Ons is die bouers van 'n nuwe Afrika. Kom ons kyk na Suid-Afrika as voorbeeld. Ons land se leierskap is gegrond in veerkragtigheid en onwrikbare geloof. Geloof in die pad na vooruitgang. Vandag speel Suid-Afrika 'n sleutelrol in die bevordering van stabiliteit en groei. Nie net vir Suid-Afrikaners nie, maar vir die hele vasteland. Ons bly gebaseer op demokratiese waardes en beginsels, inklusiewe groei en 'n gedeelde visie. 'n Afrika waarin niemand uitgesluit word nie. Die Afrikaanse kontinentale vryhandelsgebied bied ons 'n ongelooflike geleentheid. Dit is 'n kans om ekonomiese integrasie te bevorder, handel te stimuleer en werk te skep vir elkeen op ons vasteland. Maar hierdie visie kan slegs verwesenlik word deur ware inklusiewe groei. As die ondersteuners van verdeeldheid en selfsabotasie wil wees, afbreekers, sal ons nooit ons volle potensiaal bereik nie. Maar as ons saam staan, sterk en verenig, kan ons die ondenkbare bereik, die onmoontlike. Ons moet fokus op samewerking, deursigtige bestuur en die bevordering van beleggingsgeleenthede. Ons moet in infrastruktuur belê, betroubare vervoer, elektrisiteit en die internet, om gemeenskappe en handelsvermoë en vennote te verbind. Tegnologie moet ons bemagtig en bevry deur ekonomiese geleenthede te ontsluit. En bovenal moet ons begin om na elke stem te luister en nie net te hoor nie. Listen to every woman, every child, every excluded community, because inclusivity is the key to economic growth. Let us not forget what Robert Ingersoll said. We rise by lifting others. As South Africans and Africans, we must uplift each other, support one another, and build a common future together. An Africa where everyone has the opportunity to thrive, the Africa we want. I close with the words of Friedrich Franz Schiller. Even the weak become strong when they are united. We must grow and unite for South Africa and Africa. Not only will we create an economy of growth and a hopeful future, but also leave an indelible legacy of unity, strength, and unwavering belief in our African potential, the Africa we want. Kia leboga. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ardensa. Sir, we now move on to the next speaker, and that's Honorable Medupi. Honorable Medupi, you have 12 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow Africans. I'm honored to address this August House during this debate as we celebrate Africa Day. Today marks 62 years since the founding of Organization of African Unity,
a day when we reaffirm our bond of solidarity. It is fitting that we gathered under the theme Pioneering Africa Inclusive Economic Growth through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, optimizing our levers for building the Africa we want. This theme speaks to our determination to transform Africa from a continent too often seen as a mere source of raw material into a continent of opportunity, continent of producers, continent of traders and innovators, building future we want. Africa must become a continent of producers of finished goods with vibrant industries that trade value-added product among our nations. For far too long, Africa's wealth in minerals and agriculture has been exported cheaply, only for us to import back expensive finished goods. The pit-to-port legacy, where our national riches leaves our shores only to return in manufactured form, has stifled our industrial development. We must reverse this historical pattern. The Africa Continent Trade Freedom Area gives us a platform to do so by creating a single market of 1.3 billion people. Intra-Africa trade today remains unacceptably low. Roughly 17% of African exports are traded within Africa, compared to nearly 70% within Europe. This illustrates the huge untapped potential we must unlock. By producing finished goods here at home and trading with each other, we will only retain more value in our economies, but also create million jobs for our people. We envision Africa factory manufacturing textile, machinery, electronic, and pharmaceutical that are sold in markets across the continent. Indeed, Honorable Suisa, President Kwame Nkrumah urged decades ago, it is clear that we must find an Africa solution to our problem. That is this only be found in Africa unity. Divided we are weak, united Africa could become one of the greatest forces for good in the world. Indeed, economic unity will allow us to leverage our collective strength to industrialize and build the Africa we want. Honorable Chairperson, realizing this vision requires harmonizing trade regulation and standards across the continent under the AFCFTA. True free trade is not just about removing tariffs, it is about cutting through the red tapes that hold us back. When goods are delayed at borders by endless paperwork, when regulation clashes instead of aligning, when every country has a different standard, trade becomes a struggle rather than an opportunity. This is why we are focused on simplifying customs, harmonizing rules, and making sure products made in one African nation can seamlessly reach consumers in another without unnecessary barriers standing in the way. The ANC-led government stands fully committed to the implementation of the AFCFTA and is working with our African partners to ensure its success. South Africa has ratified the AFCFTA and is actively updating our domestic policies to fit the continental framework. We are already removing tariffs barriers across the continent, but beyond the tariffs, we must also harmonize regulations to product standard, investment, and competition policy. A unified African market requires removing internal barriers and speaking with one regulatory voice. Through the AFCFTA Secretariat and Africa Union, we are developing a common standard and mechanism to resolve this dispute. The ANC has long championed African economic integration as a pillar of our Pan-African vision. We remain committed to using every tool from trade agreement to diplomacy to harmonize regulation under the AFCFTA and make easier for Africa businesses to thrive across the borders. Even as we open our market, we must confront the risk of local industries if they are not competitive. An influx of cheaper imports from outside the continent could undercut African manufacturers if we do not take steps to boost our competitiveness. We cannot allow the AFCFTA to become one-way highway import while African factories shutter. South Africa and our sister nation must guard against dumping unfair trade practices that could overwhelm emerging industry. This is why the AFCFTA is being implemented with carefully considered tariff phase-down schedule safeguarding measures for sensitive sectors. We are aware that South Africa industry in Africa we are aware that some industries in Africa might initially struggle to compete with more established producers from abroad. Our task is to support this industry to grow stronger through skills development, access to finance and technology transfer, so they can hold their own in open market. Honorable Chairperson, government can actually procure locally to boost domestic producers, and we can enforce trade remedies against unfair subsidies or dumping. This lack of competitiveness is a challenge we must address head on. If we act decisively, competition can become an opportunity to drive innovation and improvement in our industry. That is why our policy of localizing is so important. By increasing local content in public and private procurement, we create demand for homegrown product. We'll work with business and labor to upgrade factories and productivity so that opening trade does not mean sacrificing local jobs. In fact, if it is done right, the regional integration will expand market for Africa firms, allowing them to grow and create more employment. We embrace the AFCFTA with a clear understanding of its risk and plan to manage them in our national interest. To truly benefit from trade integration, we must advance localization and domestic production across Africa and put an end to all pit-to-port economic model. It is unacceptable that Africa will still largely export raw material and agricultural commodities only to import them back as finished product at the premium. This traps us in a cycle of dependency and low earning. We need to beneficiate our natural resources here in home, where it is adding value to our minerals, processing our agricultural products into food product or manufacturing components from our oil and gas. Africa must capture more of the value chain. The ANC industrial policy emphasizes beneficiation. For instance, rather than exporting iron ore and chrome only to import steel and stainless steel product, we support investment in local steel mills and fabrication plants. We want multinational companies to set as production facilities in Africa, not just extract material. The AFCFTA will help by creating larger market that makes such investment more attractive. By localizing production, we keep wealth within the continent and build resilience against global supply shock. As we diversify our economy and reduce reliance on exporting unprocessed commodities, we'll shield ourselves from booms and bust and global commodity market. The shift required deliberate action from incentive for locals, manufacturing, and easier business conditions to investment in this skills training for future jobs. We say with confidence that Africa will not remain mere exporters of raw material. We will industrialize and proudly trade in goods made in Africa. Achieving all this economic ambition demands increasing cooperation among Africa's states, fostering strong people-to-people relation, and unwavering protection, the sovereignty of our nation. The spirit of Pan-Africanism must guide our action. Greater cooperation means standing together, supporting one another in need, sharing best practices. It is also strengthening institutions like African Union so they can effectively coordinate our continental initiative. We must encourage robust people-to-people relations through cultural, educational, and business exchanges, building a true African brotherhood and sisterhood. At the same time, our cooperation must respect the integrity of borders and national sovereignty. Unity is not about erasing nation, but it's about making nations stronger through solidarity. We must adhere to non-interference in internal affairs, even as we tackle cross-border challenges together. We must insist on Africa's solution to Africa's problem. Guarding any new forms of colonialism or external domination, in our words, President Julius Nyerere, unity will not make us rich, but it can make it difficult for Africa and Africa people to be disregarded as humiliated. When we speak with one voice, we must listen. Unity amplifies Africa influence on the global stage and ensure that decisions affecting us are not made with us, without us. The ANC has always believed in Africa unity and solidarity. And South Africa continues to work through SADC and Africa Union to promote peace, development, and mutual respect across across Africa. We support easing the movement of people across Africa and remain committed to collective security through sovereignty means our people live free for fear and want. Increasing our cooperation and solidarity will build a resilient Africa that has withstand any storm and seize every opportunity. Africa Day is not just a commemoration, it is a call to action. It reminds us of the dreams of our forebears and the responsibility we carry on today. We have outlined the path of Africa that is industrialized, trading freely within itself and free of hunger. We have affirmed the necessity of unity and cooperation to achieve the vision. As President Nelson Mandela once said, I dream of realization of unity of Africa, whereby its leaders combine in their effort to solve the problem of this continent. That is the Africa we want, one where all Africa join hands to solve our own problems and determine our own destiny. Let us make that dream our reality. Let us rededicate ourselves.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Your time has expired.
I thank you so much, Honourable Chair.
The next contributor to the debate is the Honourable Chairperson of the Public Participation, Petitions and Members Legislative Support Proposals from the Land of the Rising Sun, the Honourable S.S. Mslango. Honourable Mslango, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's an honor and a pleasure, thank you, Chairperson, to participate in this important debate where, as Africans, we are recognizing that. Yes,
sir. Can you put up your video, please, so that we can see your face?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, it shows that I was disabled by the host, so I cannot. Okay, I don't know if the host can be able to show my face.
Okay, continue, Honorable Mslango. We'll see how we can.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Here we are now. Honorable Chairperson, let me start again. It's a pleasure for us to participate in this important debate that seeks to recognize that African challenges will only be solved by African solutions. Honorable Chairperson, 62 years ago, African giants, selfless statesmen gathered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to form a united pact, fight for the liberation of African people. They pursued a common goal of uniting and achieving total independence for African states. It was a calling answered, pioneered and championed by the great visionaries, His Excellency Jomo Kenyatta, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Kenneth David Kaunda, Julius Mwalimu Nyerere, Suko Taure, His Majesty Haile Selassie, King Mwami Mwambutsa, and others. Building a sustainable Africa economy was one of the important items that was envisioned by those great African leaders. Chairperson, regional conflicts amongst African states remain one of the foremost impediments to sustainable development. It becomes difficult to trade freely for African states if there are violent conflicts and sponsored civil wars. This year, 2025, we are commemorating Africa Day under the theme pioneering Africa inclusive economy growth through African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, optimizing our levers for building the Africa we want. What the theme means is the following. African countries want to grow an economy that is inclusive of all the African states. There must be free flow goods and services across the continent and boost the trading position of Africa in the global market. The aim is to eliminate trade barriers and boost intra-Africa trade. We want an amplified Africa Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, that aims to reduce tariffs, simplify customer procedures, and eliminate non-tariff barriers between two or more countries. True research findings show that the future looks bright with AFCFTA, as it will have positive effect on the both economy, growth, and welfare. Free trade offers several advantages, including lowered prices, specialized of countries, no monopoly, encourage competition. Free trade is expected to lead to the diversification of export, acceleration of growth, and increased investment, as well as employment opportunities for South Africa and the rest of the continent. We have noted that Africa has the lowest intra-regional trade amongst its national states, yet we are blessed with natural deposits. We hold significant position of the world reserve of various minerals, include gold, diamonds, cobalt, aluminum, and platinum group metals. It is scientific fact that the influence of foreign policies on the trade agreements have impacted negatively on our economic growth and continent, as a continent. The struggle to free Africa from imperialist foreign domination, especially from the West countries, has been a long and a glorious history. With the free trade amongst African states, we see ourselves free from depending on the external donors, which include UN and AU. We have further noted that in our quest to economic emancipation for Africa, we have faced notable challenges in that Africa Union continues to face several financial constraints and remains underfunded. Chairperson, it is projected that AFCFTA will become the world's biggest free trade area. It is further projected that it will lead to job creation, elevate poverty, will prioritize the inclusion of women, youth, develop SMEs, and overall industrialization of the continent, since we are rich in the raw material. This will further strengthen the realization of the late Libya leader Muammar Gaddafi of United States of Africa with our own single currency, without reliance on the US dollar on the international stage for cross-border transactions. The Mpumalanga fresh produce market is a true reflection of our commitment as a country to AFCFTA. In Mpumalanga, the free trade agreement will benefit our neighboring Mozambique and Eswatini. Honorable Chairperson, as I am about to conclude, the ANC-led government sees bright future in the African Continental Trade Area, AFCTFA, as it looks set to benefit the Africa population. Now, Honorable Chairperson, in the words that was once said by one of our prince and our royal leader and the biggest and honored celebrated leader of our continent and of our times, Olihlahla Mandela, The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their days. It's on this important day when our ancestors and our kings, queens, princesses, and our royal princesses were in their spiritual realm where they are sleeping, they are smiling and looking at us as Africans united, and they are saying now, South Africans are taking a positive part in uniting South Africa and Africa, in making sure that Africa strives for better and success. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maslango. We now move on to the next contributor, and that will be the Honorable Farmer. Honorable Farmer, you have 5 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, stupid is a skill, it looks like. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and the people of South Africa, today we gather to commemorate Africa Day, not just as a symbolic event, but as a profound reminder of our shared struggle, unity, and the future we must build together. Africa's history is one of resilience, courage, and determination. But to honor that legacy, we must confront the realities of the present. An economic crisis that keeps millions trapped in unemployment, poverty, and exclusion from the prosperity they deserve. Across all provinces, the hardships are evident. In Gauteng, job seekers roam the streets while industries shrink under the weight of failing policies. In KwaZulu-Natal, manufacturing and trade have weakened, leaving thousands without stable incomes. In Mpumalanga and Limpopo, mining and agriculture sustain our nation but fail to provide fair wages and dignity to those who work the land. The Eastern Cape struggles with continued economic marginalization despite its vast industrial potential. Free State communities still face slow land reform, while opportunities remain scarce. Northern Cape is rich in resources, yet its people see little benefit from its mineral wealth. The Western Cape's agriculture and tourism sectors flourish, yet fair employment and wages remain elusive for the workers who sustain these industries. And in the Northwest, the exploitation of mining resources must give way to South African control, ensuring that profits uplift local communities. Ons moet nie net praat oor Afrika se rykdom en potensiaal nie. Ons moet seker maak dat daardie potensiaal ten volle benut word tot voordeel van Suid-Afrikaners. Ons mense verdien werklike ekonomiese geleenthede, nie net beloftes wat nooit realiseer nie. Wanneer ons na dienslewering, werkverskaffing en ekonomiese hervorming kyk, moet ons prioriteit wees om ons burgers eerste te stel. Suid-Afrika se rykdom en geleenthede behoort aan sy mense. Dit moet ons toekoms bou en nie net die sakke van die elite vul nie. Unemployment is not just an economic failure, it is a national crisis. It robs our youth of their future, forces families into cycles of poverty, and weakens our ability to prosper as a nation. Skilled graduates sit idle, unable to secure jobs. Hardworking laborers watch industries crumble, replaced by foreign imports. Entire communities are drained of opportunity, forced to rely on short-term survival instead of long-term progress. We must commit to action. Words alone will not transform the country. We need real, measurable change. Invest in skills development. Every province must have accessible training programs that equip our people for modern industries. Strengthen job creation policies. Our government must prioritize employment for South Africans, ensuring local businesses thrive rather than being displaced. Hold businesses and government accountable. Corruption, mismanagement, and labor exploitation must be eradicated through strict enforcement of employment laws. Drive land reform that creates economic independence. Land is more than ownership. It is the foundation for sustainable wealth creation, food security, and self-reliance. Empower local industries. Mining, agriculture, tourism, technology, and renewable energy must be leveraged to uplift South Africans first, not foreigners. Africa Day must not be just another ceremony. Let this day become a call to action, a commitment from every leader, every industry, and every citizen to forge a South Africa where economic sovereignty is a reality. Let us stand together across all provinces in unity and determination. Let us demand economic justice and fight for a nation that puts its people first. The Patriotic Alliance stands for dignity, economic freedom, and sovereignty for all South Africans. We believe that our people must be prioritized. Our industries must uplift local communities, and our governance must serve its citizens first. South Africa belongs to its citizens. Our land, our wealth, and our opportunity must reflect that promise. Salute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Farmer. We now move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honorable Slapi from Northwest, the MEC for Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, Madam Chair, all delegates, baagi ba Northwest le baagi ba South Africa ka kakaretso. Dumelang bagaetsho. Deputy Chair, we celebrate this year's Africa Day under the theme Justice for Africans and People of Africa Descent Through Reparation. We need to strive to achieve greater unity and solidarity between the African countries and the people of Africa. The solidarity and unity of African states is to bring a common approach to different challenges that face the continent, be it political, economic, or security. Deputy Chair, the essence of celebrating and remembering Africa Day is to keep ourselves on track with the commitments we have said as a continent that we want a united and prosperous Africa. In propelling towards this envisaged unity and prosperity, heads of 32 independent African states on the 25th of May 1963 ratified the founding charter of the Organization of African Unity in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, now succeeded by the African Union with 55 member states. The conception of African collaborative efforts stems from a strong shared history of white colonial rule, which left many African states underdeveloped, unequal, and highly dependent on the former colonial rulers for economic survival. It is upon those circumstances that African states saw a need to develop and seek for a prosperous future as a united continent. The African Union is mainly founded on the principle of Pan-Africanism, which derives an idea that no African state can thrive in isolation from the rest of the continent. Hence, the African Union that strives to create an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa that is driven by the people of African descent as well as representing a dynamic force in the global arena. Deputy Chair, to this day, we are yet to see Africa that has reached deeper continental integration. Implementation of deepened African continental integration remains a prolonged subject. As we celebrate the many achievements and milestones, there is a need for us to intensify our efforts in respect of the following. Health-related issues have long been a major concern for African states. The prevalence of communicable diseases such as HIV and AIDS, malaria, tuberculosis are a concern. In recent decades, African governments, in collaboration with the regional bodies and the international partners, have made a concerted efforts to address these challenges through policy reforms. The investment in healthcare infrastructure, public health campaigns, and the regional coordination. Many African states have focused on strengthening their health system by investing in infrastructure, training healthcare workers, and improving service delivery. Deputy Chair.
We're sorry about that interruption, Honorable Member. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Integral healthcare provision across Africa is critical. Well-kept and maintained environment is an integral part of a well-rounded health system. As Deputy Chair, to mention a few, effective, efficient, and well-resourced health system will guarantee that mothers do not have to give birth under terrible conditions. Cross-border infections are reduced. Preventable illness like malnutrition, malaria, waterborne illness, etc. are eradicated. Deputy Chair, the commitments which we have and are still to make to improve our health system should not stay on paper. They should be actioned not tomorrow, but urgently now. There is no denying that you are facing unpredictable weather patterns. The sad part is that these have associated impact and worse disasters. They are in the form of prolonged droughts, floods, and etc. The result is the destruction of the property, loss of livelihoods, and worse, the deaths. Unpredictable weather patterns do not respect any borders. As a result, Deputy Chair, they have the ability to affect every nation. An integrated approach about how we can tackle this phenomenon is urgent and is needed. Deputy Chair, Africa is renowned for artistic and sporting talent. Although we have made a great strides in relation to sporting activities, the same cannot be said of the artistic sector. First, we need to strengthen and encourage the upcoming youth to have an interest in this sector. Secondly, there is an urgent need for Africa as a whole to develop a market where we can display our products for local and internal markets. It is one sector which we still have to explore in great detail and harness. Deputy Chair, one of the interventions to deal with immediately is poverty. One way to deal with this is through well-functioning social security network. Malnutrition and hunger can, in the immediate and medium-term period, be greatly mitigated against through this initiative. South Africa has demonstrated that this system is highly effective if applied correctly. We urge all our governments across Africa to draw lessons from one another and urgently implement what can work in their environments. There's a need for a united Africa to strengthen and coordinate efforts for a proper and efficient movement of people across the borders. For reasons which all of us are aware about, undocumented foreign nationals across Africa countries are a problem which all of us must tackle, Deputy Chair. We all are experiencing poverty in our countries, and it is a demon which requires our urgent intervention. The African Union has over the years tackled poverty through agricultural programs that address food security crisis. Through Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, there has been acceleration of agriculture growth, improved food security, and strengthened resilience of the environment across the continent. The Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Programs aimed at increasing public investment in Africa by a minimum 10% of national budget and to raise agricultural productivity at least 6%. Countries like Ethiopia, Ghana, Mali, Nigeria, and Senegal have surpassed the 10% target. Now, many countries are allocating more resources to agriculture and making strong progress towards increasing food production, access to nutritious food, and reducing poverty. Deputy Chairperson, as part of the global world, we are all experiencing a serious problem of our countries being used as a transit and for the important and of to mention a few, drugs and weapons. Whereas the smuggling of illicit goods is affecting our tax revenue. Deepening the crisis lately is the problem of smuggling of stolen vehicles. Intensifying intervention in one country and not across all will not solve these challenges. Cooperation amongst law enforcement agencies across all countries should be intensified. The perpetrators of these evil deeds should not set foot in our countries. Africa for them should be a no-go area. Deputy Chairperson, the integration of North South Africa Transport Corridor has improved 2,800 kilometers of road and rail network between South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and other African countries. The Kalunga Bridge between Botswana, Zambia improved cross-border transportation and trade. As I conclude, Deputy Chairperson, African states need to gain financial autonomy. Our financial management and accountability need to be strengthened. Our continent cannot attain economic freedom if we are mainly financed by international donors. Building a self-reliant Africa that is independent from external influence should be our priority. The transformative initiative of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement must drive the development of Africa by protecting the export of raw material and prioritizing resources value addition in Africa so that Africa is also a competitive force in a global market. Africa must fully utilize the free trade agreement African zone, as well as forging unity and social cohesion. We have made a significant stride in reducing Afrophobia and xenophobia in the local and continental context. So as I conclude, this is seen through peaceful coexistence of the locals and foreign nationals in South Africa. Indeed, this shown some positive progress towards one united people of African descent. And thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now move on to the next contributor, and that will be the representative from Salga, Councillor Majoge. You have 10 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Minister of the International Relations and Cooperation, MEC Presence, Chief Whips of the NCOP, House Chairperson, honorable members, I greet you all. Today we do more than mark a date on the calendar. We celebrate a spirit, a struggle, and a shared dream. Africa is a tribute to the giants who dare to imagine a free and a united continent, and a call to those of us who now carry that dream forward. It is a moment to reflect on our journey from the deep wounds of colonialism to the rising tide of self-determination. But above all, it is a day to stand tall in the face of adversity and say, we are not defined by poverty or pity, but by resilience, brilliance, and boundless potential. This year's theme is of a particular significance. It sends a clear message from that time of a fragmented Africa. It's over. Through the African continent free trade area, the continent is choosing integration over isolation, ambition over aid, and shared a prosperity over inherited poverty. AFCFTA is an African message to the world that we are open for business and open to rewriting our economic destiny together and on our own terms. The AFCFTA is a free trade area treaty between the 54 of the 55 African Union nations. It is the largest trade area in the world in terms of participating countries since the formation of the World Trade Organization. The agreement seeks to create a single market for goods and services with free movement of business persons and investments across borders, which will strengthen trade and intra-African investment. The combined GDP of the 54 AFCFTA countries is more than the 3.4 trillion, and estimates suggest that intra-African trade could increase by 53 by 2030, provided that the trade integration efforts are effectively realized. Additionally, the agreement has the potential to increase Africa's income by up to 450 billion by 2035 and lift 30 million people out of the extreme poverty. Honorable Chair, the African Continent Free Trade Area represents one of the most ambitious attempts of the African Union heads of state and governments to economically unite the African economy. It also represents a bold attempt by the continent to provide or at least experiment with an African solution to an African problem. The AFCFTA is the first step in the implementation of the African Union Agenda 2063 vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa. Allow me, Chair, to quote His Excellency Wamkele Mene, head of the AFCFTA Secretariat, when he says, the AFCFTA provides Africa with a renewed opportunity to steer its economic relation away from reliance on external donors, foreign creditors, and excessive commodity dependence, ushering in a new economic era focused on a self-reliant cooperation, deeper integration, and higher levels of inter-African trade, close quote. Given the huge market potential in Africa, there's a tremendous possibility that AFCFTA will become an African success story. However, the amount of success that is achievable in this African project will depend to a larger extent on the quality of preparation that is infused to the negotiation and implementation of the agreement. At the forefront of this implementation will be the municipalities, and ensuring adequate preparation is of utmost importance. In this regard, SALGA is taking the lead by equipping municipalities with the requisite information that will put them in pole position in the implementation of the AFCFTA. This is done through, amongst others, the annual AFCFTA dialogue tailored for municipalities, as well as providing targeted support to those situated along South Africa's borders with SADC countries. The border municipalities face distinct challenges, particularly related to migration pressure, and are expected to be on the front line of AFCFTA execution. Since colonial times, Africa trade has been dominated by the export of commodities to more developed countries outside the continent. Raw materials such as petroleum from Angola, lithium from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and copper from Zambia are transformed into higher value products in Europe, Asia, and North America. With limited possibilities to turn them into finished products, Africa countries lose out cocoa producers such as the Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana capture less than 7% of the value of the 120 billion global chocolate industry. In 2021, Nigeria, one of Africa's biggest exporters of crude oil, imported 11.3 billion worth of refined petroleum products from countries such as the Netherlands and Belgium. Meanwhile, trade between African countries is low. In 2017, trade with other African countries accounted for 16.6% of African countries' total exports, while the comparative figure in Europe was 68.1%, with trade going via sea to Europe. Asia and North America, the continent's road and rail infrastructure has remained relatively underdeveloped, making intra-African trade slow and expensive. In addition, trade integration across the African continent has long been limited by outdated border infrastructure, a patchwork of differing regulation across dozens of markets, and trade barriers erected to defend industries against regional competition. Given that the implementation of the AFCFTA will take place at the local government level in one of the 257 municipalities that form the textile of the South African landscape, it is only prudent that SALGA, as the sole representative of local government, takes active steps to ensure its members are fully prepared to explore the opportunities that will be precipitated by the new agreement. Moreover, SALGA seeks to ensure that municipalities are in a better position to cultivate an environment conducive to potential inward investment arising from the FTA, with a particular emphasis on infrastructure development and streamlining business processes. SALGA is accurately aware that if municipalities are not adequately prepared to seize the AFCFTA opportunities, it could have huge persecutions for the country, including the risk of forfeiting potential investment and job opportunities. As the AFCFTA presents a new frontier for the entire continent and its participation member states, SALGA reaffirms that local government bears the responsibility of translating this landmark treaty into the success it promises to be. SALGA proactive measures are geared towards empowering municipalities to navigate and leverage the AFCFTA, contributing to the overall success and positive impact of this transformative continental initiative. Honorable Chair, it will be remiss of me not to reflect on the recent events in Washington, D.C., where the South African delegation stood its ground, decisively confronting and dismantling the dangerous and misleading narrative of white genocide. This was far more than a diplomatic exchange. It was a seminal moment, a historical inflection point that placed not only South Africa, but the entire African continent at a crossroads. It must serve as a clarion call. Our destiny cannot and must not be shaped in Washington, Brussels, or London. It must be authored right here in Pretoria, in Lagos, Accra, and Nairobi, and in every village and township across this continent. Only then can we stand confidently on the world stage, not as a subject, but as equal partners in shaping a just and a prosperous global future. For years, those who came before us have declared that the time for Africa is now, that this will be the African century. That said, declaration and slogans are not enough. We must match our words with bold, decisive action if we are to truly realize the dreams and aspiration of our forebears. Because the time has come not for handouts, but for handshakes of mutual respect, not for charity, but for co-creation, and not for dependency, but for destiny, an Africa destiny authored by Africans themselves. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mokhoje. With 2 seconds left on the clock, well done, representing the South African Local Government Association. Good afternoon to everyone in the House. Taking the debate forward will be the Honourable Peter. Honourable Peter.
Mandikhahlele kwingqanga nentsiba zayo nakuwomlisela nomthinjana wezwekazi leAfrika. Ndicela indlebe kwizwekazi leAfrika. Ndivumeleni mawethu ndigqwathule kulwimi lwemboleko. Lwasentshona kule ntetha ndiza kuyiphalaza apha namhlanje. Ngatsho ke mzontsundu yakhonyuluka inamba yaxela uxama ebimbiza inyama engayojanga. Today we gather here to mark Africa Day, a day that should stir pride in our hearts. But I stand here today not in celebration, but in sorrow and disappointment. Because, Honorable Speaker, what exactly are we celebrating? On this day in 1963, the Organization of African Unity was formed in Addis Ababa. This was a brave attempt to reclaim our destiny and restore the dignity stolen from African people by colonial conquest. The African Union, its successor, was meant to carry this dream, forward. Yet today, it's just a monument to missed opportunities. It lacks the agency, it lacks the strength and courage to lead this continent out of the darkness. It is useless exercise, Speaker. What we see instead is an African Union that has become largely ceremonial, while poor governance, corruption, poverty, corpse, and conflicts erupt across the continent. While democracies are threatened, military juntas tighten their grip, and terrorist groups run rampant. The AU often remains silent, often issuing gentle statements when the time demands thunder. The consequence of all this leads to millions of Africans on the move, not on the move as tourists or adventurers, but as the refugees of economic neglect, of political oppression, of broken system, and of hopelessness. They stream into South Africa, but also in Europe and America and beyond. Not because they want to leave their own country of birth, but because their homelands are unbearable and the unity cannot prevail while millions of people overthrown by famine. Their journeys out of their countries are often gruesome, leading to dreams of prosperity which die on the road, in detention centers, on the depth of this ocean in the Mediterranean. The vision of unity and prosperity has not translated into action. It is not enough to sign trade agreements like the African Continental Free Trade Area, while Africans fled to other countries seeking green pastures. Others died while on the move to hustle. Naku ngoku sigutyungelwa lubulawo lwabantu ngokungena lusini. Indlala yona sisayithethi, lidama esiqubha kulo mhla nezolo. Nisatsho na nangoku ukuba masibhiyozele olusuku. Namhlanje sime kunqantathu wendlela, asazi nokuba siwele okanye sime. Vumani zidwesha sibuze konakala phi na. Khani sisebezele mawethu, nina nisekukhanyeni ukuba lubaleke ngantoni na olusuku. Babe abantu bezwekazi leAfrika beyimiqodi ukubhadula bebethwa linqele likakhetsekile ukufuna umthombo. Masikhumbule ema-Afrika ukuba elizwekazi silithenge ngeentloko zeenkosi zethu. Elizwekazi silithenge ngeentloko zabantakwethu. Elizwekazi silithenge ngeentloko zeenkokheli zethu. Kodwa isekwa ngabo abasabhadulayo. Mandiqongqothe umongo mawethu nditsho ndithi kwakufa isazela kuphelile ukuba ngumntu. Sisengabona abantu leze sekwafudukwayo. Ncenda komnyama ongeva sepha unendlebe nje uvile. Enkosi.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Peter. Honourable members, we now turn to the Honourable F.J. Maseko, who is the Limpopo MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture. Honourable Maseko, you have 10 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chairperson of the session. Greetings to Chairperson of NCOP and the Deputy Chair. Greetings to the Deputy Minister, International Relations, members of the August House, Tobel. The month of May is a period of revolutionary memories, which cannot be easily and be deliberately neglected. It is a month at which Africa as a continent and South Africa as a country, and the ANC in particular, lost a stalwart of the liberation movement, Comrade Walter Sisulu, the former ANC activist who died on May 5, 2003. The great Walter Sisulu served as the ANC Secretary General from 1949 to 1954, and further became the ANC Deputy President from 1991 to 1994. He was also a member of the Central Committee of the South African Communist Party, and he played a meaningful political role and guidance to our first president of the country, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. As we commemorate Africa Month, we honor the legacy of African leaders who fought for freedom and self-determination. The African Union is currently made up of 55 member states, which represent all countries on the African continent. We remember the sacrifices made by our founding fathers and mothers who paved the way for a democratic dispensation. Let's remember the contribution made by our African leader, the likes of Kwame Nkrumah, a Ghanaian activist and politician, a revolutionary at that time. He was the first prime minister and president of Ghana, having led the Gold Coast to independence from Britain in 1957. An influential advocate of Pan-Africanism, Nkrumah was a founding member of the Organization of African Unity and a winner of the Lenin Peace Prize from the Soviet Union in 1962. Africa Day celebration can never be complete without mentioning Alse Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, a Nigerian politician who was the first and only Prime Minister of Nigeria. He was an important leader in the formation of the Organization of African Unity and creating a cooperative relationship with French-speaking African countries at that time. We can never forget, Chairperson, the contribution of Apollo Milton Obote, an Ugandan political leader who led Uganda to independence in 1962 from British colonial administration. Obote, as Prime Minister of Uganda from 1962 to 1966 and President of Uganda from 1966 to 1971, contributed immensely to the formation of Organization of African Union. These are the leaders that are very much critical in the formation of the OAU, the day in which we are celebrating and we are debating about today. However, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, stated that, I quote, "We will continue to champion the Africa's development, taking it from those visionary leaders at that time." This further emphasizes extensively on building Africa and building our world regarding the commitment for strengthening the capabilities of the Southern African development communities, particularly on the 45th anniversary of its formation. The gathering, Honorable Chairperson, comes 2 days after some of us in the province, we celebrated the same day. And we are saying that through collaboration with African countries, we will be able to make sure that there is solidarity, we will encourage trade, we will support the development amongst one another, and will also pursue conflict resolution processes and protect the sovereignty of the African nation. Today, more than ever, it is our responsibility to bring a vision of the AU to life. Through initiatives such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, we are opening new frontiers of opportunities, and this is affirmation of ourselves as a country's commitment to the African unity, Pan-African solidarity, and the continent's development. As we present this speech here and now, let us reflect very correctly about the state of affairs of the continent, which resonate deeply with our own aspiration of becoming a united continent in our diversity. As we strive to build a better Africa and a better world, we recognize the importance of regional integration, cultural diplomacy, and socio-economic development. Honorable Chairperson, in South Africa, we continue making significant strides in promoting arts, culture, and preserving our heritage. The mandate of this government include, among others, to promote social cohesion, utilizing our culture to build moral values in society, and we are committed to continue to support the preservation of indigenous languages, moral regeneration, preservation of our heritage sites, to be able to narrate our African stories. As we conclude, Honorable Chairperson, we remain committed to working together to build a stronger and prosperous Africa, successful South Africa, and a unified country. We are proud to host the G20 presidency this year as a country, and we should utilize it to promote African agenda and strengthen African Union institutions and policies. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Maseko, MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture in Limpopo. Honourable members, we return to the chamber, and taking the debate forward will be the Honourable Billy. Honourable Billy.
The Honorable Chairperson, as we commemorate Africa Day and in our collective mission to pioneer Africa's inclusive growth, it is important that we have an honest reflection on our progress that we've made as a continent. We must bravely learn from the past, from the missteps of our former leaders, the flawed policy decisions, and the systematic shortcomings that have delayed the continent's development. Honorable members, we must concede that corruption, mismanagement, lack of accountability, policy instability, and as well as inadequate infrastructure from transport and energy, innovation and technology has been a deterrent in progressing the African continent. The reality is that we are not keeping pace with global progress and we are being left behind. Honorable members, we must not shy away from reflecting on these past mistakes. For example, in Zimbabwe, the forced seizure of commercial farms disseminated a once thriving agricultural economy. Excessive money printing led to hyperinflation, economic collapse, and widespread unemployment. In South Africa, the era of state capture, some would know this very well, and corruption crippled vital state-owned enterprises like Eskom and Transnet, leading to electricity shortages and transport breakdowns. Of course, Jacob Zuma was in the forefront of this, the former ANC leader. Yeah. In Sudan, authoritarianism, poor governance, and internal conflict left the nation politically unstable, economically broken, and internationally isolated. But honorable members, Africa's story is not only one of caution, it is one of courage and hope. We must also learn from great African leaders who defied the odds and laid the foundation for inclusive growth. People like Nelson Mandela, who prioritized reconciliation and stability in South Africa's democratic transition. His leadership inspired investor confidence and reduced inflation and attracted foreign investment by growing the economy and placing SA as a leading powerhouse in this continent. Honorable members, people like Paul Kagame in Rwanda, after the genocide, focused on reconciliation, digital innovation, and good governance. Point of order. Today, Rwanda is among Africa's most dynamic economies and a pioneer in government-led technology and advancement.
Honourable Billy, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Badenhorst.
Horizon Rule 68.1, Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to ask if you can maybe chat to our friends from the EFF who don't like what's being said here because the truth hurts, but they're drowning out our speaker while they're making their comments, please. Thank you very much.
The point is well made. I think the Rule 47 as well. Delegates may not converse aloud.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I accept that rule. But Honorable Patnos doesn't qualify to
Thank
speak
you,
on
Honorable
here in the
Peza. I
House.
think we've
Whereas
made a
he's a
ruling on the
champion,
point. You
he's
may
not
not
guiding
raise
us.
another point on a point of order once a ruling has been made. Please take your seat. Thank you very much. Honorable Billy, apologies for the interruption, but please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As I was saying, Honorable House Chair, in line with our theme for today's debate, I want to say that perhaps one of the greatest missed opportunities has been our neglect of intra-African trade. Despite our shared geography and destiny, African countries continue to trade more with Europe, China, and the United States than with each other. It is said that this is due to tariff barriers, weak logistics network, and poor policy coordination. While Africa's engagement with global trade partners should remain robust, there should be no doubt that our priority must be to ourselves and our continent. Honorable members, today South Africa continues to play a vital role in Africa's development. We remain the continent's most industrialized economy. We are a gateway to African markets and a leader in the African Union's peace building and economic integration agenda, and on the global stage via the G20, which has been mentioned several times. As the champion of the AFCFTA, South Africa must lead by example and not simply just sign deals, Deputy Minister. Fellow South Africans and Africans, South Africa has just emerged from 30 years of single-party dominance under the ANC, a former liberation movement. For the very first time in our democracy, we have a government of national unity, a coalition between the Democratic Alliance and the ANC and other smaller parties. And fellow Africans, of course, this is a defining moment for Africa. The GNU is a testament to democratic majority in the African continent. It shows our capacity to build across divides for the good of the nation, beyond the artificial tribal and ethnic boundaries. It is a power-sharing arrangement that prioritizes stability, economic growth, and job creation. It is a new dawn, not only for South Africa, but for our beautiful continent as a whole. As we commemorate this day, we must also celebrate this milestone. Honorable members, in conclusion, today we celebrate Africa, but more than that, we celebrate our milestones, our resilience, and our future. We remember the struggles and sacrifices, but we also embrace the opportunities ahead. This year, South Africa has an honor of hosting the G20 Summit, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our continent and our country, a moment where the world's economic superpowers will gather on the African continent to shape the future of our beautiful Africa in the world. Let us not waste this moment. Let us rise to it. The AFCFTA must succeed. The new South Africa must lead. The entire continent must benefit from this. Let us rise, let Africa rise, let Africa trade with itself. Let us build the Africa we want together and not simply sign deals which are hardly implemented in the best way and in the best interest of the continent. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Honorable Billy. Honorable members, the penultimate debater today will be the Honorable Mabilo. Honorable Mabilo, you have 12 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, honorable members, members on the platform. Tumelang, good evening. I think let me start by saying that we should not become our worst enemies by over criticizing ourselves and becoming negative. We need to pull together in the same direction in order to lift up Africa. Honorable Chairperson, Indeed, it is an honor and privilege for me to be afforded this opportunity to contribute towards the debate around Africa's Day. This moment compels us all not only to reflect on our journey, but to recommit ourselves to the bold vision of a united, peaceful, prosperous continent. Today's theme is quite relevant and timely. We stand firmly on the shoulders of giants who laid the foundation for our continent's liberation. Among others is Kwame Nkrumah. I will start by quoting him. He said, "The independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total liberation of the African continent," close quote. Honorable House Chair, today we extend that vision. That vision says our economic freedom must be continental or it will remain incomplete. As South Africans, we reaffirm our place in the African family. President Thabo Mbeki reminded us of this when he said, I quote, "I am an African," close quote. Not by geography alone, but by spirit, heritage, and destiny. Africa is not a dark continent. It is a continent of light, of innovation, of youth, and of resilience. From the golden savannas of the Serengeti to the vibrant coastline of Cape Verde, from the snow-capped peaks of Kilimanjaro to the bustling streets of Johannesburg, Africa radiates beauty, strength, and unbreakable potential. Our continent is undergoing dynamic transformation. On one hand, we celebrate progress, a growing digital economy, rising youth entrepreneurship, regional integration, and a modest economic recovery. Today, as we address this August House, Africa population stands at 1.4 billion people. It is projected, House Chair, that Africa will reach a total population of 2.5 billion by the year 2050, making it the second largest continent in the world. This demographic dividend, if harnessed wisely, it can catalyze innovation, productivity, and prosperity. Yet on the other hand, we are confronted by persistent challenges like underfunded public services, structural inequality, uneven development, and political instability in some parts of the continent sponsored by imperialists. Our rural areas remain disconnected from opportunities, and our youth faces high unemployment, and our economics remains overly reliant on raw commodity export. The AfCFTA is our generation's defining instrument for change. It unites a total number of 55 nations into a single market with about $3.4 trillion and promises to boost Africa intertrade by more than 52% by the year 2030, lift up more than 30 million people out of extreme poverty, and generate over 10 million new jobs across key sectors in Africa. Currently, Honorable Chair, African trade accounts for just 15% of our total trade compared to 60% in Europe and 40% in Asia. The AfCFTA offers us the tools to build resilient economies through regional value chains rather than continuing dependence on external markets. Let me highlight the 5 priority sectors for inclusive growth. 1, agriculture, agro-processing. 2, manufacturing and automotive. 3, digital trade and e-commerce. 4, tourism and creative industries. 5, pharmaceuticals and health trade for the entire Africa. Currently, Honorable House Chair, integration is taking place in Africa. Rwanda and Kenya have implemented electronic cargo tracking and one-stop border post. cutting clearance times from 3 days to 3 hours. South Africa and Botswana currently collaborate through the Trans-Kalahari Corridor, enhancing trade flows across the region. Ghana currently hosts the EFCTFA Secretariat and was the first country to adopt a national strategy in this regard. These are not dreams, Honorable House Chair. They are realities. We must scale such models countrywide. With regard to the youth and women contribution, there is potential to unite and empower the youth across all the sectors in Africa. With regard to us, the African National Congress, Honorable House Chair, we are pushing a narrative that says, as Africans, we should not be spectators, but we must be co-architects of Africa that we want. As the governing party in the GNU, our view is through Pan-Africanist lens. One shared destiny, solidarity, and the African Renaissance, inspired by figures like Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Nelson Mandela, Kenneth Kaunda, Jomo Kenyatta, and many others. The ANC envisions an Africa reborn through unity, industrialization, education, and cultural pride. The party's commitment to the AFCFTA reflects its belief that South Africa's prosperity is linked directly to the continent's progress. A future of hope. Africa's future lies in deepening regional integration, fostering innovation, and driving sustainable development. With investment in renewable energy, digital transformation, climate resilient agriculture, Africa is poised to become a leader in the global green economy because of our rare minerals. We possess the minerals of the future, the human capital to lead in tech, and the cultural wealth to inspire the world. But we must address our structural weaknesses around governance gaps, debt burdens, education shortfalls, and infrastructure developments. Vision without execution is hallucination. Africa is on the right track. As I'm about to conclude, Chair, let me quote the voice of President Cyril Ramaphosa. I quote, "Africa is not poor. It is rich in minerals, in arable land, in youthful energy. What we lack is the political will to work together and the infrastructure to unlock our potential." Close quote. Let us rise to that challenge. Let me conclude with the words of Jomo Kenyatta. We face neither east, not Jomo Kenyatta, Kwame Nkrumah. We face neither east nor west. We face forward. Chair, with the remaining minutes, let me quickly just respond to the following comments. We welcome the comments made by the contribution by the Deputy Minister, Honorable Khadebe and Honorable Mutupi. With regard to the DA, EFF, MK, FF+, we categorically reject all the false claims labeled by the colleagues. Honorable Boshoff is pathologically obsessed with exclusion. That is a fantasy. Our policies talk about inclusive growth. I think the subtext of your assertion is anti-transformation. We are unapologetic. We come from the past. We've got to address the historical injustices of the past, and that cannot be equated to exclusion. With regard to the EFF and the MK party, there's a difference between leading a country and running a minority party. The president is leading the country, and the EFF and MK, they are running their they are small parties. But it is a fantasy, the whole world. I don't know which television were you watching when the president was representing not only the country, but the whole world. Because I think the EFF and the MK party, they are disappointed. They predicted that the meeting between our president Cyril Ramaphosa and Trump was going to go the Zelensky route. Now that the president has displayed his art of diplomacy, his art of engagement and negotiations, representing Africa, we are proud. We need to commend the president for that performance. We agree with Honorable Radebe. It's a statement. So lastly, Honorable Vili, let's come with solutions to Africa's problems. We all were exposed by Professor Eddie Maloka. And one of the things that he raised was that the weakness is that we tend to over-criticize ourselves unnecessarily. Yes to constructive criticism, yes to it, but no to destructive criticism and self-serving contribution. So let's pull together in the same direction. Africa is great. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Mabilo. Honorable members, let's now recognize the Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Moraka, if you can bring our debate to a close. Thank you.
Thank you once more, House Chairperson, and let me stand on the protocols that were earlier acknowledged. I think, Chair, we have listened attentively to all the debates, and I believe that they are really propelling us towards an Africa that we want through the Africa Free Continental Trade Area that will be inclusive in its approach, wherein we need to leverage on the Agenda 2063, because these are the policies that are driving us in the continent on how we need to build this Africa that we want. Honorable Radebe, the veteran, thank you very much for your delivery of your module on Diplomacy 101. I believe that members have really taken some wisdom from what you said, especially when you spoke about the need for our government, as it was led by our president, when it needed to go and meet with the US administration in the White House, that is led by President Trump, where we needed to reset our diplomatic and trade relationship with the United States of America. I think we needed to applaud President Ramaphosa for his wisdom and his courageous character that he has displayed, because he was ambushed by Donald Trump, given the rhetoric that EFF continues to speak in an irresponsible manner that seeks to project those kind of rhetoric as a policy position of this country. We have a country that is very sovereign in its nature. If the EFF wants to rule this country, let them win the next elections. Honorable House Chair, the issue as said by Honorable Boshoff really is something that is worrying me, because it can't be you, Honorable Boshoff, who disregard the history of this country, where it comes from. Because you spoke here about economic policies that are exclusive. How do you want us to be inclusive and compete on a competitive trade agreement with the people that were privileged before, during the apartheid era? I think you are really disingenuous to the debate, because you should have looked at the transformative policies that are being introduced by the ANC-led government since it took power in 1994 because we needed to address those imbalances of the past. You can't come here today and speak about competitive trade agreements. How do you expect the previously disadvantaged individuals to compete on a competitive level with those people that were really privileged by the colonial era of our culture, under apartheid era? So I think really you are being disingenuous, and I want to urge all the SMMEs, especially those that are owned by our young people and our women, to leverage on the opportunities given to them through the Africa Free Continental Trade Area, because it is only through this AFCTA that we can be able to build an economic inclusive agenda that is going to benefit all of us as the people of this continent. I want to speak to the issue of all of us appreciating what AGOA means and what it does to our GDP as a country. African Growth and Opportunity Act is a USA trade program designed to promote economic growth and stability within the sub-Saharan Africa by offering duty-free access to the US markets. So we really needed to save AGOA because currently AGOA, House Chairperson, it is creating 450,000 jobs for our people here in South Africa alone. So we needed to go to the US so that we reset our bilateral relationship with the US so that we can save these jobs that are on the edge of them being compromised. So I don't know what the EFF stands for because really you are so confused. When we speak about the process to save jobs, you are saying we are singing for supper when we engaged with Donald Trump. I think, Chairperson, we can only be united if all of us can agree that AFCTA is here to really help us to drive an inclusive economic agenda that will benefit all our people, irregardless of their gender, irregardless of their skin color,
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
irregardless of their religious orientation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Honourable members, order, members. Honourable members, that concludes the formal debate in the House today. I do look forward to further debate in the corridors and in our committee rooms as we ensure that we take the African agenda further. I'd like to thank the Deputy Minister, all permanent delegates, MECs, the special delegates and SALGA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting and for participating in the debate. Honourable delegates, that concludes the business of the day and the House is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.